Welcome to the Township Whitewater Region's regular council meeting for Wednesday, February 18th. It's 1:03 p.m. and we'll call ourselves to order. First, we will do the national anthem. So if I can get you to stand, please, remove your headdress and face the flag. Excellent. And the next item on our agenda is our land acknowledgement. And it was Councillor Olmsted's turn. And yes, Councillor Olmsted wasn't here. Do we have a for the land acknowledgement for Councillor Olmsted? We'll just take a second. We have updated the agenda and removed it from a reoccurring event in the agenda, just like the words of the national anthem.
I'm good.
You've got it? Okay, Councillor Olmsted, please.
As we gather, we would like to acknowledge on behalf of the Township Whitewater Region and our community that we are meeting on the traditional territory of the Algonquin people. We thank the Algonquin people and express our respect and support for their rich history, and we are extremely grateful for their many and continued displays of friendship. We also thank all generations of Indigenous people who have taken care of this land for 1,000 years. Thank you, and go Canada, go.
Canada versus the Czechs today at the Olympics. So it might be entering into overtime as we commence our meeting here. So good luck, Canada. Item number 3 is the adoption of our agenda. Recommendation to the Council of Township Whitewater Region approve the February 18th, 2026 agenda. A mover and a seconder. Moved by the Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Moore. Any proposed changes, amendments to the agenda as presented? I see none. We'll call for the vote. All those in favor? It's carried unanimously. Thank you. The next item is the adoption of some minutes, the minutes from January 14th and February 4th. The recommendation is the Council of Township Whitewater Region approve the January 14th, 2026 and February 4th, 2026 minutes. Mover and a seconder, please. Moved by the Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Trim. Any errors or omissions in the attached minutes? Good. I see none. We'll call for the vote. All those in favor? And it's carried. Thank you. Next item is disclosures. Is there any disclosures that need to be made for any of the agenda items presented today? Okay, and I see no disclosures. It's scheduled to occur at 4:45 later this afternoon. So we'll be coming back to item 6.1. And that leads us to item number 7. And I just have to pull up some of my notes.
So just to pause, can we go to the next agenda item, maybe?
We're at the mayor's address.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Sorry, the agenda is the agenda, no. But thank you for the distraction. Good, so the mayor's address. Today is a full day. I know we've already had 2.5 hours of a budget committee discussion. We have the council meeting. We move into a presentation on age-friendly community. We resume the council meeting, and then we have a recreation committee meeting this evening. So it is a full day, so I'm going to be short. I attended 7 meetings and events on behalf of council since the last council meeting. The Civitan Fishing Derby did occur. It was a huge, successful event again this year. I wasn't able to attend due to a conflict with my daughter's basketball schedule. However, Councillor White was able to represent council, and a huge thank to the Civitan for their efforts to raise funds for so many important organizations across our community. If you wanted more details on that, check out their social media to see where some of the funds go in our community. 2 quick updates from the county council that I wanted to share with the public and council. First is the Whitewater paramedic base. So county council approved 2 change orders last week to modify the design prior to the submission for building permits. If you're curious to see the design, it is available on the county agenda to show the layout of the building. It will include not only vehicle bays for ambulances, but it will also include a working portion to support RCVTAC operations, where you can physically come into RCVTAC within Whitewater Region. I expect our building official will see the submission for a building permit in short order. Second is I just wanted to share another report that was provided to Community Services Committee at County Council. The Director of Community Services provided some statistics that they had available to detail on applications that they have received for emergency assistance and homelessness prevention funding. They were able to break down the applications by postal code, by municipality. So what this would do is give an indication of the number of residents within, in our case, Whitewater Region, that have had to make an application for emergency assistance or homelessness prevention funding. For 2025, indicated that there were 13 Whitewater Region residents who applied for emergency assistance. So this is one time something's happened in their circumstances and they wouldn't normally qualify for the funding streams that exist, but they require money for this one time. So 13 individuals from that perspective. And there were another 35 who applied for homelessness prevention funding. So in total, about 50 individuals applications were received at county for this type of funding. Overall, in total across the county, there were 408 for emergency one-time funding and 1,604 for homelessness prevention funding. So of the 2,000 applications, Whitewater Region had 50, or about 2.5% of the total applications. So this statistic is just encourage the staff to monitor or be aware of as an indicator of affordability and how affordability and things like property tax increases are impacting our residents beyond what households can afford. So I just encourage, I think it's a great indicator that we should continue to track. And that concludes my mayor's address. Is there any questions or comments from members of council? Good, excellent, we'll move on. And with that, I think we jump into the report section of the agenda. And the first item up is, no, it's not.
Yeah, if I could ask through you, the mayor, if we could just amend the agenda to proceed with 9.2, skip over 9.1 for the present moment until our superintendent of environmental services arrives to the meeting. Thanks.
Good, and just if your clerk function, I need a motion to move that. Yeah, good. So just to reorder the agenda, so 9.2 to 9.1, can I get a motion from the floor if council would like to entertain that? So Councillor Moore, moved by Councillor Moore, seconded by Councillor White. There's no debate. I see none. We'll call for the vote. All those in favor? and unanimous. We will now address 9.2, which is a Whitewater Seniors Collaborative Service Delivery Model presentation. The recommendation is that the Council of the Township Whitewater Region approve a bylaw to authorize the mayor and clerk to execute a collaborative services delivery agreement with the Eganville and District Senior Citizens Needs Association for the administration and operation of the Whitewater Region Seniors Active Living Center and Home Support Program. So just, I'm going to ask council if you would indulge me just to pause for a moment. We'll come back to this resolution, but I hear, I hear some excitement in the hallway. I'm wondering, Sarah, if you could ask someone to come in and just give us a brief update on the Olympic game.
I think Councilor Olmsted probably could.
How are we doing with the game?
Mitch Marner just scored in overtime for Canada.
So Canada has won?
Canada won 4-3. Whew.
Outstanding. Another win for Canada. Thank you. Good news. Excellent. And thank you for that indulgence, but I just wanted to make sure we recognized that exciting news. Yes, we'll have to watch it in the replays later. Good. We have a resolution on the floor. Is there a requirement for me to reread it? No? Can I get a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Trim, Councillor Moore. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Manager of Community Services. Please.
As excited as we are for the hockey game, I am truly just as excited for this presentation and this report. The buildup was absolutely meant for this. The Minister of Seniors Accessibility has provided the Township of Whitewater Region the permission to go ahead and partner with the Eganville and District Seniors to oversight and manage our seniors living center. And the management of funds will still come to the township. So as a bit of background, it started in 2019, the Older Adults Task Force, with many volunteers, and through the years it has grown and grown, multiple applications through grants, multiple applications through staff, and contracts that have resulted in where we are today, all with the main goal of supporting our senior population and through staff, community, and council. The Eganville and District Seniors is one of our many partnerships, and it's a neighboring non-for-profit support organization who is serving our residents currently, and is partnered with us as our foot in the ground as the SALC in Foresters Falls. So their home base is our home base. We share space. And the partnerships that we've built started with the Age Well at Home grant, which their organization applied for and we partnered with. And provided us with a lot of the services and the realization of all of what we needed to move forward and where the basis of a lot of our need came from. Helped us with stats, helped us to recognize the geography and the reach in from Pembroke and Renfrew that didn't quite do what we needed it to do in terms of reaching all of our clients and or all of the supports provided to everybody. And it's really helped us grow. So the collaborative model that we presented to the ministry is maybe special to our rural municipality, but we don't want to redo what somebody else is really good at doing. The Eganville and District Seniors has staff, they have capability, and they have volunteers as well as experience and many more opportunities for risk management services and those types of things that they can present on our behalf. So from our perspective, the collaborative model that we presented included the township remaining the responsible person for the transfer payment agreement, meaning we are still going to apply for our SALC funding year over year. Nothing's changing. The money comes to us. The Eganville and District Seniors will manage staffing and programming, submit invoices to the township for reimbursement. The reporting still falls with us. So the stats will be collected and we will be doing the reporting side. they will, we have confirmed with the ministry that this is acceptable. We've confirmed that the funding and the invoices that we've presented to them meet their requirements, because there are different requirements for these applications. And we're moving forward with an agreement to work together and partner to better plan and assist our residents in this, our senior residents going forward. And a model like this certainly lends its way that way. Attached to the report, just so that everybody's aware, is the approval letter from the ministry, as well as a timeline and a brief letter with background and part of the submission that was sent to the ministry. The timeline, it's the very last page of the part of the report, but it was a good snapshot of going back and realizing what all has actually happened. And I won't say that maybe there's something that's not missed. I hope we've captured everything in this. But it was a lot that has been done since 2019 with all of the volunteer hours that have been put in to bring it to where it is today. So, and I would thank the older adult task force, as well as the current working group and the council members that sit on that group for moving this forward. If there's anything you have questions for?
I think this is great news, so I'm going to let council ask questions or make comments first. Yeah, Councillor Trim, our mover.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple of things, and Stephanie has really alluded to them. One of the things that happened over the years since I've been involved is we were constantly applying for grants. And several times there were meetings in the background with our CAO to figure out how we would wind down a program because we may not get a grant, after we had already built up expectations. And so that was a very nerve-wracking time that this was happening over and over, until we did finally get stable funding. The other thing is, during the 2 years that we were sharing a grant, a federal grant, with Eganville and Barry's Bay and Pikwakanagan, we realized how well suited Eganville Seniors was to do this. We really didn't have the experience, the practice, to be providing a social service. We had more experience providing road services and water and sewer services. So we realized that some sort of an agreement with them would be very, very beneficial for our seniors. And so this is absolutely great, and I'm glad that it's happening. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Moore, seconder.
I just want to add to what Councillor Trim said. We're at a point now with our seniors programs that we don't have to reinvent the wheel. It's full steam ahead, and anything we can add to this programming going forward is a bonus to our seniors. Considering 2 terms ago of council, there wasn't a lot out there for our seniors. They were reinventing the wheel with our neighbors, per se, for a little bit that we're getting. So it's really nice that Eganville has volunteered to take us on, and we volunteered to take them on. And it's working out good so far, and it's great for our seniors. Thank you.
Good. Any other questions or comments from members of council? I note that we have the actual executive director of Eganville Seniors in our midst today. If council would be okay, would you permit me to invite her to come up and join us at the table? I'm getting concurrence from all the members. Kayla, would you like to come up? Good. So I just want to highlight, as Councillor Trim and Councillor Moore have already said, just how important the achievement of what we've been able to get. This agreement that we have in front of us is the culmination of a timeline. You saw Stephanie included it in the presentation. 7 or 8 years, hundreds and hundreds of community volunteer hours, staff effort that, was prioritized into this file. And we've been able to, we're going to recognize it later this afternoon, but we've been able to essentially get to the point where we have guaranteed provincial funding of over $50,000 a year, plus additional home support funding to the tune of about $100,000 that's going to be funneled in specific for Whitewater Region. This delivery means less impact on our taxpayers, which is substantial, especially in the current environment where we're trying to make it as affordable as possible, yet to make sure that we're supporting the most vulnerable and allowing our seniors to age in the community that they want to age. The effort that we took to be able to work with an organization like Kayla's, the Eganville Seniors, speaks to the dedication of staff essentially taking the current provincial policies and regulations and using them to leverage this agreement. This is not an agreement that typically takes place. There was pushback. It took, I think, 9 months, a year, for us to get to the point where we now have an agreement. In terms of the delivery of the senior services in the community, I don't think the users are going to see a change. They're same exact process and system. It's going to look the same, but the back end is all going to change. Like Stephanie highlighted, the organization that's best equipped to be able to perform this function is going to be. So with Kayla here, I just wanted to see if she would offer any of her thoughts on how it will look going forward, how it's being implemented. Maybe mention the integration into your board, if that's possible. And then we'll throw it back at council if there's any questions you want to ask. Good? Kayla.
Perfect. Well, thank you very much for having me today. First of all, I want to thank the staff here for being part of this process for so long and all of the people that have been involved from 2019 onward. I started in 2021 and Neil called me on day 2 of me working there to say, hey, we are trying to get seniors programming going. So being able to be part of this process is honestly an honor for me as well as our organization. And I want to say thank you to the volunteers, the working committees, the staff, everyone who allowed us to be part of this journey. So thank you. And like I said, I really am honored. And the fact that we are now at this place where we have sustainable funding to expand the catchment area into Whitewater Township, to have the home support services going is a huge plus. And now this aspect of the seniors activity programs, again, is just all those years of hard work and all those volunteer hours and the time spent really is being showcased in this. I want to be very clear that this, just because it's Eganville Seniors now managing or Eganville Seniors now for the home support, it's not changing Whitewater Seniors. The things that are being done are absolutely amazing. We're not coming in changing names. We're not reinventing a wheel. We're not doing things that doesn't fit the needs of the municipality. We're keeping all of those aspects the same. There may be some programs that we're going to be able to offer that may not have been able to be offered before. There might be new ways to look at programming to offer more services and programming. But those programs and those services that are working and seniors are benefiting from, those are going to stay the same. The name Whitewater Seniors will never go away. It's really an oversight and umbrella type look where Eganville Seniors is helping manage and helping provide those services. And from the very get-go, when we got involved with this, it was about, there's a need here, how can we help? And that's the way it's going to continue. It's by no means, sitting in an ivory tower looking down. Some of you have probably seen me already over at the center, but very hands-on, very much part of the whole picture and what can we do to fill in any needs or gaps, because those are going to change. They'll change next week, they'll change in 6 months from now, and we're able to pivot because we're used to that. And so, like I said, I'm very excited to be part of this continued on journey and to see where, we went to where we are now.
Perfect. Increases the level of confidence. Good. Any questions or comments for Kayla? Councillor Trim.
One more thing that you alluded to, in addition to the seniors not noticing, shouldn't notice any change, staff have remained the same too. And so that continuity is something that is is just another part of this positive arrangement that's happening. Thank you.
Good. Any other comments or questions for Kayla or any of the staff? None? Yes, Councillor Moore.
Just one thing, sorry, just one thing that was missed. We do have a representative from Whitewater sitting on the board now in Eganville, and that's Bonnie Johnson. So thank you for Bonnie to taking up that challenge, and hopefully it all works out for us and her, because she's the one doing the traveling. So thank you to Bonnie publicly.
Yes, Kayla.
And I'd like to add too, that if there are additional people in Whitewater Township that is interested in becoming part of that board, we want the voices of people. So we do have a vacancy on the board that, for that reason, that if there's more people looking to be part of that, then there may be some opportunities there moving forward too. So always will be a spot for someone who resides in Whitewater Township, and that won't ever change.
Perfect. And I'll just stress, we've been talking all this morning about collaborative ways to work with neighbors in order to deliver services at a certain level without increasing costs. This is an example. And it's because of the hard work of the volunteers, staff, and of course, Kayla's organization. So thank you. Good. If there's nothing else, we won't keep anybody on the hot seat any longer. Thank you so much. We will call for a vote. All those in favor? Unanimous. Success. Thank you very much. Excellent. Do you want to go to 9.1? Good. So, yes, yeah, we're going to go back. I'm unable to insert. This is not going to be a good day. Good. We are moving to 9.1. So we amended the agenda just to do 9.2 first. So thank you for that flexibility. Next, we're on to the Cobden Wastewater Treatment Plant Decanter Centrifuge Rotating Assembly, which we're going to hear lots about. The recommendation is that the Council of the Township of Whitewater Region approve quotation QU 2602 FWD 1623874R1 from Alpha Lavallee Incorporated to sole source purchase a rotating assembly for the decanter centrifuge at the Cobden Wastewater Treatment Plant at a cost of $52,508.16, including non-refundable HST. Can I get a mover, please? Councillor Moore, and seconded by Councillor Trim. With that, the floor will go back over to Superintendent Nicholson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So just to provide a little bit of background, as part of the 2018 upgrade project that happened at the wastewater treatment plant, the plant was equipped with a single decanter centrifuge. So the centrifuge essentially, it spins the waste that comes out of the back end of the plant to a drier state where we can haul our solids then off to our landfill rather than having them hauled to a secondary site for processing. So that the unit that was initially installed has been in operation since 2021, November of 2021. So it's a high-speed operating system, like I said, that separates the solids. And during operation, the solids are forced outwards against a wall. There's a bunch of, there's a screw conveyor and lots of rotating parts. And some of those parts have begun to show some wear. And recently they've noticed, Aqua's noticed that, that they've heard some sound coming out of the unit, sort of bringing awareness to the fact that the bearings in the assembly, on the edges of the assembly, are starting to show their wear. Aqua has given us some information about the timelines of this centrifuge unit, that it's been running for approximately 4,000 hours. Generally, those units are expected to last about 6,000 hours before they need to be fully replaced. And now the bearings that are starting to show some wear need to be switched out, essentially is what's happening. So what Aqua has asked us for is to replace the unit, to have a second one on hand so that they can take the unit out and replace it with a new one rather quickly. Without that unit to have already in place to just switch out, if they tried to just replace the bearings, it would be a longer ordeal, you could say. That would mean that the plant would likely be down for a bit of time, that end of the plant, and would likely mean that we would have to deliver liquid solids to an off-site plant for a period of time. So purchasing this centrifuge decanter to have in spare would allow them to switch it out and do that quickly so that we could continue operations as normal. So staff obtained quotations from Alpha Laval, which is the manufacturer of the equipment. And because this is this unit is supplied only by them, it was the town's procurement policy dictates that that this is considered a non-competitive bid, and as such, we're coming back to council for approval. So this item was included in the 2025 wastewater capital budget at a cost of $58,000. So the cost for to purchase it came in a little under budget at $52,000, which is good news. And so I don't know what else to say other than that it's coming in under budget, and we just need approval because it is a sole source thing. So that's essentially everything. Does council have any questions?
Perfect. Thank you. Councillor Moore, the mover, please.
Just wondering timeframe when this will be completed?
I know that they have brought the bearings in. I haven't actually discussed the exact timeline, but I know that they'll be considering that the biggest strain on the plant is coming up in the spring. So I don't know if the intention wouldn't be able to get it in by then, because I think it has quite a long lead time, around 18 weeks. So I presume this is probably a summertime thing. But again, it would be also dependent on the delivery. I do know that because the expected delivery was quite a long time and they knew the bearings were going, they've been in contact with Alpha Laval already, and to really get this in the queue early and so that they know it's coming, and so there's not as long of a delay as there would have been if they had waited for us to give them final approval. So.
Okay, thank you. I'm in favor of this purchase.
Good. Councillor Trim, the seconder.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Certainly, I'm going to agree with this because it is the good reason for sole source purchasing. What I'm a little disappointed in is that this is a component that is expected to wear out over a certain length of time, but could fail prematurely. And I don't know why at the time, not staff, of course, but the consultants or engineers would have recommended that we have a spare as redundancy. And at that time, it probably would have been even cheaper to purchase with the plant. Of course, now we're going to have redundancy because I'm hearing that the present one will be rebuilt and waiting as a spare and so on. So that's good news. I just hope, because the alternative doesn't sound good when you said the sludge off-site, that sounds like a big thing. So I'm hoping that this piece of equipment does not fail till the new one comes in. That's my hope. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thanks, Councillor Trim. And I'm going to use your question as a point. So this is the second time that we've, just in the last couple of months, where we've had to approve an additional piece of equipment as a backup. The previous one was some sort of pump.
The centrate pump, yeah.
The
So
centrate
same,
pump?
same situation where they start to reach the end of their life and you want to have one in place before you actually have reached the end of their life, so they can switch it out quickly and not have any downtime waiting for that part to come in, because they have such a long lead time.
Yeah, makes perfect sense. And like Councillor Trim says, should have been one of the considerations at the time that the plant was constructed. Is there any other ones like this? Are we anticipating some future other assets that we need to purchase as standbys for emergency?
That's a good question, and it is something that we can follow up with Aqua. Now, Aqua has provided us with their 10-year capital plan, and they do identify these sorts of items. Everything's looked at, what their expected life should be, and they generally plan to have them a couple years in advance. So they have given us that information previously, but we'll take a deep dive into that plan just to make sure.
Perfect. And a perfect kind of checklist, any future contracts of this type of, we should be looking for backup equipment for vital components. I noted the CAO took a shot on that one. Any other questions from council? I'm going to go to Councillor White first.
So through you, so it's only guaranteed to last 4,000 to 6,000 hours, and then you have to replace it?
No, I don't believe it's a guarantee.
Wow.
This is more the expected life. Aqua's operator had informed me that the expected life on this one was 6,000 hours, and they were currently at 4,000.
So we can expect to replace this every 4 to 5 years then?
So actually on that, they also said that in having this secondary one as a backup, that they were thinking that it was less likely they would have to purchase it again because you can use them back and forth and you can rebuild them back and forth, and they can rebuild it on our own time frame as opposed to being under the gun when it's already failed, right, and then waiting. So I think it's less likely, from what Aqua has informed me, that we would have to purchase that one again because they could.
So you can go back and forth from now on?
That's
All right.
that's what they indicated to me. So
Thank you.
That's exactly what we discussed this morning in asset management. Weighing off the capital procurement of a new asset versus maintaining the life of the existing assets. Great question. With that, I'm going to go to Councillor Olmsted, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Sorry, I may have missed this, so I had to step out for 1 second. Was this in the 26 budget, and what was the amount in the budget?
I believe it's listed as 2025, but Curtis might be able to shed some light on that one.
Yeah, so it is listed in the 2026 budget. It was listed as 58,500 is what was put away as coming from user fees. And you have the amount, what the total was, I believe.
52.5 here?
Yep.
Great, thank you.
So
Yeah, so just to note, because I know there's
The
a
date.
couple different voices here that came in. The point in the report at the financial implications indicates the 2025 wastewater capital budget. Treasurer has corrected that to say that it's 2026. And it was 58,500, not 58,000, which means there's a total of $6,000 savings as per what we had budgeted. Have I got that correct, just for the record? Treasurer has given me the thumbs up. Good. Great question, Councillor Olmsted. Anything else? Good? No, that's good.
Yeah, sorry, I'm good.
Okay, yeah. You're good. Any other questions from anyone else? Okay. The other concern that I was going to highlight, the other ones have been caught, is just when I compared this to the previous report that came to council on the pump,
Centrate pump?
Central. It too was a sole source because it was the only authorized dealer for municipalities. Now the second piece is a sole source. Can you speak to, is this a challenge with all wastewater treatment plants? Why is the equipment to run these plants turning into sole source challenges every time? Or can you comment?
I mean, I can just generally comment that it's probably one of two things. It's fairly specialized equipment, so there's not a lot of manufacturers of these things, and this is specifically this MBR plant that's running is very specialized. And not necessarily in all cases, but what often happens is that you want to be able to purchase the same brand of something that you already have so that you can swap parts back and forth. We often buy the same meters, even though there might be 10 manufacturers of pH meters. They like to stick to one because you have all the spare parts to be able to fix it and be consistent and know your equipment across the board. So that's probably part of it as well. So specialized equipment and just simply being able to poach parts back and forth and be consistent in what equipment's run across different facilities also helps.
No, that's Perfect. Good. Does that trigger any other final questions from council? Okay, with that, we will call for the vote. All those in favor? That's carried unanimous. Thank you. 9.3, which is the industrial park land acquisition and support. The recommendation is that the council of the Township Whitewater Region, 1, approve the submission of an application for Crown lands to the Ministry of Natural Resources for the acquisition of approximately 90 acres to enable industrial growth. 2, direct the CAO to obtain an industrial appraisal of the identified lands to facilitate negotiations with the Ministry of Natural Resources at the upset limit of $5,500, excluding non-refundable HST. And 3, formally requests that the County of Renfrew, 1, assume a lead role in advancing the submission and acquisition process for the identified Crown lands, and B, further lead in the promotion and marketing of the site for potential mineral development opportunities in support of regional economic development. Can I get a mover and a seconder, please? Moved by Councillor Olmsted, seconded by Councillor Bell. Good. Is this going to the CAO?
Yeah, thanks so much. So what we have before council is sort of a two-part resolution, which all pertains to the proposed acquisition of industrial lands that were formerly held by Teminco. So this is the greenfield property, not the brownfield, like the clean, never been utilized property, and I'll have a map to share with you in a moment. But council will be certainly aware of this initiative. We've been advocating to the province, at least for the last 18 months, at ROMA, the Rural Ontario Municipal Conference, and AMO, and more recently at ROMA a few weeks ago, and also the mayor and I attended Queen's Park on the county advocacy day back in November. So that was a very important meeting with the Minister of Natural Resources, Minister Harris, who sort of gave us the path forward. And the path forward is items 1 and 2 in the resolution, which is file your application, 1, to acquire the lands, and 2, to get an appraisal done. And the appraisal being to position yourself in negotiations for the purchase at a later date. So the process following the submission of the application is the Ministry of Natural Resources will evaluate the potential sale price of the lands, and you want to be able to have your own appraisal to be able to negotiate with the province. So that was the direction provided from the minister at Queen's Park, items 1 and 2. And thirdly, we want, the request remains, and the request has been made by this council previously through resolution, that the County of Renfrew, through their economic development team, that they take a bit of a leadership role for the acquisition and the marketing of the industrial lands and the Teminco site. Now, they're already doing that. They are working actively with us. They're working alongside us in this initiative. They've supported us at Queen's Park. They've sought out some delegations at the last Roma conference. But I think the sentiment is that the resources, the capacity internally here with our township are pretty limited. I mean, it sits on the corner of our desk as we try to manage other priorities. And we're hopeful that the County of Renfrew could take a bit of a leadership role as a regional initiative to find industrial lands, to market industrial lands, to develop industrial lands, increase employment, increase tax base, that we take the leadership role with respect to that. So there's a full background and an analysis with respect to this. I've kind of spoken broadly about it. Just as a note is that while the direction sought now is to authorize the CAO to do the appraisal, we won't commission the appraisal until we officially need to. So it might not be for a number of months, but rather than come back to council for the $5,500 purchase, we figured we'd include it in the present resolution. If you want, I'll share with you on my screen just the subject land so you can see what we're referring to and for the public to see it as well. I hope this will project live. But this is the Teminko site, and you'll see my cursor moving around here. But for reference purposes, this is Magellan's Aerospace. This is the current site of Magellan or Haley Industries, correct? And on the north side, you'll notice the north arrow in the top right corner. North side of Magnesium Road is the former open pit mine together with the former buildings. This is like what we call a brownfield. It's the lands that were subject to excavation and extraction of minerals and the processing of those minerals. So that's on the north side. And what we note is on the south side of Magnesium Road, there's also lands that were formerly owned by Teminko, now owned by the Ministry of Natural Resources, that have the potential of being developed. So to start, fronting on Blind Line, there's the 90 acres. Now, this is not parceled off yet. The yellow lines are just renditions, but the 90 acres that we're seeking to acquire for a future industrial park likely could fit, another Magellan's or maybe two similar type industries as Magellan. And then there's also the Dolomite Reserve. So there's an actual reserve of dolomite. The vein, as you'll see from Quarry 1 and 2 to South Magnesium, continues south of Magnesium, and there's a large reserve there. So the intent is to try to market the extraction of that reserve. I mean, open up another mine if possible, if it's feasible. But again, looking for the county's support on that. So there's the two initiatives. The recommendation is sort of three-part, 1 and 2, that we lead the application immediately just to get this into the province, and that the county take leadership, subject to their county council approving that, and the application could be transferred to the county if that resolution gets passed at the county level. Glad to answer any questions if there are any. Thanks.
Excellent, thank you, CAO. We'll just keep the map up for any questions. So, mover, Councillor Olmsted, any thoughts, comments, or questions?
I've got lots of questions. I'm gonna leave them. It really revolves around the mining trade show coming up and that kind of stuff. So, I think those are personal interest questions I'm gonna ask at a later time. Thanks.
Good, and the seconder, Councillor Bell? Good. Questions or comments from the balance of council? Yeah, Councillor White.
So does this mean that if we give the county the lead role, that it can be anybody in, like, who would own the property then? Like, would we still own it, or would it become anyone can sell the land?
Yeah, so I think one of the things I didn't speak about was sort of next steps. I mean, to answer your question first, is if the county would take over the application to purchase, to acquire the land, they would ultimately own the land, the county of Renfrew or an organization that they hold. So the county would own it, but the county could market it and the county could sell it to industries or development opportunities. So if a company comes in, then the county would be the ones who would ultimately resell it for industrial purposes. As a note, if council authorizes the township to file the application to get the ball rolling, and the county doesn't decide to move the resolutions to take leadership, we'll have to come back to the table when the time comes to purchase it, determining on what the cost is. So you'll hear about this again from us, in any case, before we start making decisions to acquire. Yeah, thanks.
And I'm just gonna use that to leapfrog. Can you comment on the zoning of this property and who controls it, how it might change, if it could change?
Yeah, so the property in the official plan is designated as official plan and zoning bylaws as extractive industrial. So it has the zoning that would have been in place for the mine site, but that is consistent with sort of an industrial park. It's easily convertible to an industrial park. So both the 90 acres and the potential mine are currently designated and zoned for the intended purpose, for both the purchase if we buy the industrial park or the extraction of the mine. Does that answer the question? Yeah, thanks.
Good, Councillor Moore.
Just wondering, I know at the start of my tenure here in council, we had a defunct mine that went out and we were missing taxes and we had to write them off. Is it not in our best interest for us to make sure that we own this property to recoup all of the taxes as opposed to the county holding some of them or said property? Is there a difference between us holding it and the county holding it for our taxes into our taxpayers' pocket?
And I might refer back to our treasurer with respect to the exemptions of taxes, perhaps by municipalities or counties. But what you're referencing in the first part of your question is we were issuing tax bills for Teminko, the former.
Previous to that, that helped immensely, and whenever we quit getting that money, it hurt our taxpayers.
Yes, we had to write off the balance of owing from Teminko once we discovered that it was actually the provincial government who owned the property, which was in the tune, I think it was about $170,000 that we had to write off.
That's a truck.
Absolutely. And I think we could leverage that to the province if we come a time to negotiate the purchase of these lands, is that we've had to write off this tax bill. But to the treasurer quickly, is it the county and the municipality, are we exempt from paying property taxes? Can you clarify that?
Yes, we would be. So right now, the way the property is owned, it's owned by the Ministry of Natural Resources, so they would pay what's called a payment in lieu, or PIL. So we actually do generate revenue off this property, but it's not the same type of revenue as if it was an active mine site, because it'll be classified as most likely just regular vacant land, a lower class rate. Yes, if we took it over, the county took it over, we would not get revenue for it for a period of time. But the intention is to sell it to industry to generate more taxation revenue with operating revenue, because an operating industrial site is much more taxed than a vacant land.
Thank you.
Other questions or comments? Councillor Trim.
If I may, just to give council a little more background because I have it, because the mayor asked me to be present at the delegation. We couldn't all be everywhere. So if I may, Mr. Mayor?
Please.
Okay, I don't have a microphone, but these are not natural features. That's open mine filled with water. And this is where they were beginning another mine. There's still marble here on this property, dolomite marble, and if it were to be excavated or mined, the tailings could go here. So we're looking at 30, 60, 90 acres. And right now, there's the availability of 4 to 5 megawatts of electricity that used to go here, that's available. And so this is using 4 to 5 megawatts. We could have another Haley Industries, and Hydro One says they can double it within a short number of years. So this is really, it really has a lot of potential for heavy industry, if that's, and we're 11 kilometers from the 417 extension.
Thank you. Any other comments from council? Okay, I just had one note here. The effort to purchase this and consider it for an industrial park, the only thing I would add is that in order to ensure that we could invest in the properties to make it ready as an industrial park, there are monies available at the province to do that. The province will only do it once you own the property. So these yellow lines on it, the surveys that would be required, running the natural gas from Haley's down, like all of these things that would then make it an attractive industrial park, we can't access the grants. Neither us or Renfrew County could access the grants to help facilitate that without ownership. All this does is instigate that process with the province to get it into ownership. If we don't purchase this and the province completes its remediation of the brownfield and then puts it on the market, anyone could purchase it from the province, and then they could do with it as they wish from a mining thing, or just in speculation hold it for future mining requirements. So we're trying to make an effort here from a township perspective, strategic effort to maximize our opportunity when it comes to industrial use, whether it's the mine site or an industrial park. We want to make it as attractive for investment as possible. This, of course, is important for us because the more industrial we'll have, the less residential tax is paid. And we can reset that distribution of tax rates between different classifications. So strategic opportunity here that staff have done a whole bunch of work on in the background to get us to this point. And I think the steps that they've outlined, the 3 steps in the resolution, provide us with an opportunity to get this ball rolling without having to make a formal commitment at this time. We can then check to see how the county wants to approach it and then proceed from there. Good. Does that trigger any other questions or comments? I see Councillor Olmsted.
Yeah, so thanks, Mayor. To the CAO, so does the ministry currently own the entire block to the, what is that, to the south, I guess southeast? And we're looking to simply sever off the 90 acres? So the ministry will continue to own the remaining dolomite
That's correct,
deposit?
yeah. They would retain ownership of the reserve, yes, the Dolomite Reserve.
And the same with across the road, the ministry continues to own the former Temenko site?
Yeah, they're in the process of rehabilitating the site, but yeah, they would retain ownership until somebody would like to do some investigation and take it over.
Thank you.
Any final questions on this report? Yes, Councillor Moore.
Just one, keeping in the back of our mind that there is the former rail line there for active transportation. Does that come into play?
Yeah, we are, interesting enough, the former rail line that extends from the property here, if you could see my cursor, it starts just right around where my finger is on this cursor here. It's still held by Temenko Limited, and due to the outstanding taxes or the tax arrears, property tax arrears, we vested the property. No, we haven't vested the property. Go ahead, Curtis.
It's one of the properties that will be coming up for a tax sale in the coming future, as well as some other properties, and we're just going to invest them all or list them all for tender at the same time, and then roll through the tendering process for those properties. Should it not be vested or a no tender be received, or a tender that does not meet our minimum tender requirements, the municipality then has the option to vest that property or any of the properties that go up for tax sale into the municipality's name. Should the municipality have a different option or opinion to use that property, we can vest it, change the use of the property, and then resell the property. It's an open option for any tax up property.
Just, it would be a shame to lose it if we could somewhat hold on to it for future use. We don't know what the future is going to be. So it's a shame to lose it, like the CN rail and the CP rail, that they were purchased and they're no longer, they're always going to be available for active transportation.
No, that's a good point. I think, I know I talked to Councillor Olmsted about this, to work with the treasurer, just as it goes through this process, we want to make sure that we have a positive eyes on it, to make sure that as many options as possible are exercised to keep it in the public realm if possible.
There's a massive culvert coming under the highway as well, so good point. That I think that's something we wouldn't want to lose, is it, especially if you're looking at twinning the highway, whatever, 30, 40, 50 years, doesn't matter. Be great to keep that access open.
Anything else on this topic? Good. Just before we call for the vote, I just want to again thank staff. I know a whole bunch of work has gone into this. I can't stress enough that this is a strategic opportunity for the Township of Whitewater region, and therefore the reprioritization of all the staff effort into it. But to get it to this point, that's pretty monumental for a small rural municipality. So good work on staff. Good. And with that, we will call for the vote. All those in favor? And it's unanimous. Thank you. Good. Next item on the agenda, 9.4, which is the lifting of a 1-foot reserve within Wren subdivision. The recommendation is that the Council of Township of Whitewater Region pass a bylaw to lift the 1-foot reserve on the lands described as blocks 13, 14, and Plan 573, and that the council pass a bylaw to accept, assume, dedicate as public highway and name the lands described in Block 13 and 14, Plan 573. A mover and a seconder, please. Councillor Trim, seconded by Councillor Olmsted. And this is going back to our CAO?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much. So the present report has come about as a result of some title search conducted by the company called, or a legal firm called Torkin Mains, on behalf of Crescent Care. And what it revealed was they identified this 1-foot reserve, this little strip of land that runs alongside Wren Drive, shown as Block 14, on the Plan 573. It's like the first plan of subdivision for Phase 1 Wren. There's a strip of land that was surveyed, and the purpose of that strip of land is to sort of restrict access during development. So it may have been created before perhaps Crescent Care existed. Again, I don't know the timeframes of when these buildings were built, but the subdivision was originally approved back in the early 90s. In any case, I would view this more as a formality. The strip of land is a 1 foot or 0.3 meters. It actually forms part of the 20-meter right-of-way of Wren Drive. So we own it. We own Wren Drive, and we own this strip of land. And we also own a strip of land on the other side of the road, which fronts on the school property. The basis really of these is to limit access. So you usually have these where you have a corner lot and you want to force the entrance on one road. You put a foot reserve on the opposite side where you don't want them to put their driveway, because then they can't traverse the municipal property. Common use in subdivisions. And all we would be doing as a result of the adoption of this report together with the bylaw later in the agenda is to accept it, assume it, and dedicate as public highway, and to name it basically Wren Drive. So what's presented in this report is not only Block 14, which pertains to the Crescent Care on that side of the road, but also as a way to avoid a report in 6 months' time or a couple of years, is we would also lift the 1 foot reserve on the opposite side. So if you look at the sketch, it depicts the two blocks in yellow. Glad to answer any questions if there are any. Thanks.
Good. Councillor Trim is a mover. Good. Councillor Olmsted, seconder. Any questions from council? Good. We'll call for the vote. All those in favor? Unanimous. Thank you. Good. Next item is 9.5, which is the Water and Wastewater Task Force recommendations, a February 2026 update. The recommendation is that Council of Township Whitewater Region receive this report for information purposes as it relates to an update on the progress made on the Whitewater Region Water and Wastewater Task Force recommendations. A mover and a seconder, please. Moved by Councillor Olmsted, seconded by Councillor Moore. And this is going to Superintendent Nicholson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So as mentioned, we're here to discuss the Water and Wastewater Task Force recommendations and where we are to date. And I just wanted to start this by saying that this actually came up as a result of one of the task force members actually reaching out to ask about what progress had been made to date. So staff thought that this was a great opportunity to take council and residents through all the work that's been going on over the last year and a half since the task force was completed. So to begin, throughout the task force mandate, 45 recommendations were developed by the task force members, and touching on things like water quality, wastewater system capacity, financial implications, rate structure, all the sorts of fun stuff like that. And the report recommendations touched on things like requests to enhance public education, enhance communication during water-related incidences, to investigate the possibility of metering and structures related to the rates and the flat rate classes that are included and undertaking an independent third-party audit of the Cobden wastewater treatment plant upgrade project. So I will go through all of the recommendations that we pulled out that we've done some work on over the last year or two. So I'm not going to try and go into everything because there is quite a long list. I think so far we've touched on about 29 of the 45 recommendations. So I'll give some of the bigger highlights, I guess I could say. So the first one, recommendation 1.1, was to increase proactive public education on water quality issues. So throughout in 2024 and 2025, the township prepared several water and wastewater fact sheets that were included with water billing invoices. And these mailouts included information for residents on the 2025 water and wastewater budgets, user rates, and we also included a summary page on the Beachburg Water Treatment Plant Revitalization Project. And for 2026, so far we have 2 mailouts that are being planned. One that will touch on the importance of disconnecting sump pumps from the sanitary sewer connection, as well as an advertisement on what not to flush that I've been calling the 3 Ps. The don't flush or only flush poop, pee, and paper. So we have some of those coming out over the next couple of months. The next one, recommendation 1.2, was again about public communication. And one of the things that has just recently come about is that the township has recently entered into a wireless service agreement with Rogers through the province's Ontario Vendor of Record program. And this program actually offers mass messaging service. And rollout of this program is going to be included in ideally one of the next water billings on how to sign up for the service. So this will allow residents to sign up and have any notifications come directly to their cell phone. We have started an email-based program, and we have had some users sign up for it, but having through cell phone is actually a nice, easy way that you can get a message out really quickly. So we'll see how that rolls out over the next year. 1.4 was to look at the timing and frequency of water quality issues. So one thing to note is that all water quality issues are included in the annual reports that are delivered to council. So council would have seen those numbers in 2024 and 2025. The 2026 reports are coming forward potentially on March 4th or the next meeting after that. So you'll see that from there. But so as you all aware, that the township did experience several water quality issues in 2025 that required public notification, mainly the water main break in Beachburg on January 1st, and then the pink colored issue on September 21st. So town staff put significant priority in ensuring a timely distribution of information to the public on that, and have included the information on the township's website, social media posts, and door-to-door hand delivery. Most recently, the break on Gould, you'll aware that we had postings up by 6 a.m. When all that stuff happened, so within about an hour. So we're putting a lot of time and effort into making sure we advertise as much as we can when things like that happen. And please feel free to stop me throughout my presentation if there's anything that you want to ask about. So another one that covers a handful of recommendations 2.3 through 2.6, we're covering water conservation. So we wanted to let everybody know that a water and wastewater bylaw is currently under development. I've been working through that. And water conservation for stormwater management will be included throughout that document. So we'll hopefully see the bylaw in front of council by Q2 or Q3. I have a couple more bylaws to work through this summer as well, so that's one of the ones that's at the top of the list. Included in recommendation 2.7 was a policy to remove roof leaders and sump pumps. And that was actually something that we did include in the sewer use bylaw previously that was passed in 2025. And there will also be some reinforcement of that in the water and wastewater bylaws that will come forward again. A big one that was key, I think, for the committee was recommendation 2.9 was to include wastewater effluent quality limits in a bylaw to ensure the uninterrupted operation of the Cobden wastewater treatment plant. So as I mentioned back in October 2025, our sewer use bylaw came into force, and that bylaw does include strict discharge limits for the storm and sanitary sewers for various parameters. So that is something now that we have in place, and are actually starting to look at quite in detail. So recommendation 2.1 also asked us to investigate and test effluent from commercial properties, again, to reduce negative impacts on the wastewater treatment plant. So just an update throughout 2024, the township was involved in investigating some sewer discharges originating from an industrial business. And we worked with that business throughout 2024 and 2025 to implement changes that are reducing their wastewater loading, which is good news. And part of that program continues to be evaluated in 2026. So the sampling program is being used to evaluate that the changes being made by the business are actually being effective, and that they're coming in line with the sewer use bylaw. So that's something that we are still working through and working on, but we are making headway on it for sure. I'm going to skip down to a really nice one to hear about. So recommendation 3.2 was asking that the township continue to examine opportunities other than user pay to fund the water and wastewater systems. So in 2025 and 2026, the township did reallocate a total of $556,000 of OCIF funding to the wastewater capital budget. So that's the combination of the 2 years. And additionally, $219,000 was reallocated to the water capital budget. So a total of $775,000 was directed to the water and wastewater budget over a course of 2 years, where that money wasn't necessarily going there previously. Additionally, the fire department has included now an annual transfer from taxation to water of $10,000 for annual access to hydrants. So it's a good amount of money that's boosted that. And one of the greatest things that I think we've seen come out of these recommendations is that the town staff did apply to 3 different provincial funding applications throughout 24 and 2025. And we were ultimately successful in the Housing Enabling Core Servicing Fund, the Housing Enabling Water Systems Fund, Municipal Housing Infrastructure Program for Health and Safety Water Stream. That's a mouthful. So the township was ultimately successful in attaining $4,023,212 of provincial funding through the Health and Safety Water Stream, which is really, really good news. So this funding is going to enable the township to complete critical upgrades to the Cobden water treatment plant. The preliminary project scope for this work includes a replacement of filter 1, which we know is from the 1970s and has been on our radar as needing to be addressed for the last couple of years. And the project's also expected to include the installation of new process equipment to help with manganese removal, as well as to lower THMs. So the Health and Safety Water Stream funding really was targeted towards how to improve water quality and keep it safe for us in the long run. So we included this project because of the ability to lower THMs in drinking water and help us deal with the manganese issue, which often leads to pink water, as well as many other upgrades at that plant. So that's really good news for us.
Good. At this point, I'm going to interrupt you because I think, like you said, this is an important and successful achievement that a lot of work went into to get to this point. But just because, to give it some context, I'm wondering if you or maybe the treasurer could offer some insights. Just for the first paragraph there, you speak to the amounts that have been allocated within the OSIF, the Ontario Community Infrastructure Funding, 550,000 for water, 219 for wastewater. Can you offer the public any insight as to why those, how did they come up with those numbers? And what kind of advocacy led them to realizing that that was necessary as an investment here in our treatment systems? Treasurer, are you able to?
Yeah, I can handle that one. So mainly for OSIF, the reason that the calculation went the way it did is because the funding model actually changed to be a calculation based, and it was based off the actual core infrastructure assets that the municipality owns. So whenever we would apply for that funding or submit the core infrastructure assets, a portion of that was our water infrastructure, the pipes, the plants, the things underground that supply the water and wastewater systems. So by doing that, we took that value of infrastructure assets, divided out over the total amount that we applied for through the OSIF grant, and come to a percentage. And that percentage is then allocated into the water and wastewater systems proportionally. And that's where the 500,000 over the 2 years and the 200,000 over on the other side system came from. So that's where that side came from, and that was more of a staff looking at it as we were originally always putting OSIF money towards just the road assets, but it was only one category that was actually generating the funds. It was more apparent whenever the province did their calculation change as to illustrate that it was formula based and not just a flat rate based on the assets that were being provided. The minute that they did a calculation based on it, it made the apportionment very, very easy to come up with. And achieve that goal of the Water Wastewater Task Force of looking for grant money to do capital projects. I will note that none of the money has been spent yet, and it's in the 2026 budget that we approved a few projects to be done, one of which is the water main in Beachburg, which is funded through reserves, which uses that OSIF money for as one of the portions of funding for that. And the wastewater treatment plant, off the top of my head, we're still going to hold that money for another project in the future. Thank you.
Perfect. The second part, those dollar figures are going to continue to increase, I think you said, by 10% up until 2035?
Sorry, yes. Because the amount is capped by the province at 10%, those will continue to grow. However, the way the system is currently, the wastewater treatment plant has more or less hit the top of its allotment. It'll be the water side that'll continue to grow because it's the side that has some changing assets currently. Mainly once we do the new plant upgrade, that'll increase that value, so that side of the assets will increase, hence taking up more of their apportionment. As the value of those assets increase and we change out and have new replacement values for them, it'll shift back and forth, and so it'll be a budget topic every year as the apportionment at that point in time.
Perfect, hugely successful. So I've got one more thing I want to talk about. Because these are the ones that are making a huge difference in terms of trying to keep the rates as low as possible, especially going forward. But the $4 million grant that we were just awarded, based on our third application, this $4 million grant is going to make a larger impact than $4 million on the township. It stops us from having to borrow money in addition to giving us the $4 million. It's saving us all the interest that we were budgeting to pay for having to borrow the $4 million in the starting point. Treasurer, can you comment on what kind of savings that provides our residents?
Sure. So preliminary, whenever if residents want to look at the water wastewater study, the original project was included in the budget, but it was a scoped down project. So it would have been a debenture of about $2 million. That $2 million debenture that would have happened in 2028 would have had an annual cost of about $120,000 per year because it was being fully debentured. Because the water study knew we did not have the money to do the project, but it still needed to be done. That debenture, over that length of time, for 20 years, say $100,000 for easy math, is $2 million. We will not have to do that debenture due to the fact of this grant coming in. Plus, we're getting a better product and a better system at the end. The remaining portion, because it is not a 100% grant, The whole entire project's a little over $5 million, I think. So we have to fund about $1 million of it. But with the current way that we're apportioning OSIF and the current build of reserves that we're able to put money away to reserves every year, the water system will actually be able to fund that through those reserves. Come when that project gets completed, 2027 or 28, somewhere in that range, it'll be completely able to be funded without the debenture, hence saving the $2 million over the life of the project. It'll open up then for the rates to be recalculated, the rate increases that were proposed, as well as the other projects that are coming in, because it causes a flip-flop between, I believe it was water tower recoding that was the project that we're flip-flopping with. So it would just change the debenture amount on that, plus change the timing of it. Thank you.
Good. So it was an understatement on your part. 3.2 is a significant impact. We're talking, you know, by 2035, it could be $1 million annual injection into water, wastewater, and just about $6 million savings in our rate study, our 10-year rate study for water. So the amount of effort that was put into the grant applications, the work behind the scenes to do this reallocation, I can't understate enough the impact it's going to have in the rates going forward. So I just wanted to make sure that we recognize that. Good. Does it trigger any other comments or questions before we keep going? No, if you, yeah, okay, we'll come back to Councillor Olmsted. So if you can, yeah, sorry, as you see fit, continue to provide your summary.
Sure. And staff will be coming back to you guys very shortly on this because we have a transfer agreement that will be coming forward, I believe, on March 4th. So you'll even get some more information on the program, on the on this project shortly. So recommendations 3.3 through 3.6 and 4.1 looked at a number of different things, but mostly how we fund our system through user fees. And so many of these recommendations were contemplated throughout the May 2025 water and wastewater study and financial plan that was completed by Watson. So some of the key things to highlight here are that several businesses that were discussed throughout the task force were reclassified. So funeral homes was one that moved from medium commercial down to small commercial, which has the same weighting class as residential connection. And a big one here is that the high, large commercial class, we added a new class of Tier 2 under high large commercial, and it includes car washes, laundromats, breweries, arenas, and commercial operations requiring water as a process of their operations. And that new Tier 2 category is assessed at 10 times the residential rate. So it's a significant new category that is now included in the user rates. So recommendation 3.7 was a big one again, reflected throughout our discussions over the last 2 years about affordability. And so we just noted that affordability was established as the mayor's primary consideration throughout the 2026 budget development. And it was a focus of many of the advocacy meetings that the township undertook with provincial government throughout 2025. And I'd like to think that a lot of this discussion went into us ultimately attaining that funding from the health and safety water stream. Recommendation 3.9 asked us to investigate septic dumping stations and bulk water sales to increase revenue. So bulk water sales are expected to be implemented in late Q2 2026. So we've actually purchased a specialized water meter that can be used to dispense bulk water. And also we're going to include a water sales policy as part of our water and wastewater bylaws so that the sales of that are pretty clear off the bat how we're going to handle that. So you should expect to see that in the next few months. Energy efficiency was another one that we had a lot of discussion about. So some good news in 2025, we received a significant grant funding for LED lighting. So LED lighting was installed throughout all of our township buildings, including the water and wastewater plants. As well, the Beachburg water treatment revitalization project that's underway had a primary focus on completing energy efficiency upgrades through the use of modern high lift pumps, VFDs, and SCADA monitoring. as well as new and efficient HVAC equipment and a new backup generator, all of which are that project is very closely nearing completion. So we'd like to see that nicely buttoned up here in the next couple of months. So. Some great news. I hope to see our energy usage over the next couple of years start to go down from those facilities based on the big changes we made in Beachburg and as well as across the township with lighting, which is great. So, as I mentioned, that we undertook the water wastewater study, and the study in 2025 done by Watson made some recommendations about metering commercial users. So recommendation 4.2 and 4.3 touched on that. And so the installation of water meters at all commercial properties was approved as part of the 2026 water capital budget. And staff are expected to be starting an assessment and inventory project of all of our commercial properties in March, and are expected to release a request for proposal in the spring of 2026 to actually install those meters. So we're anticipating that that project will involve, once the meters are installed, we'll monitor the water usage at those properties. And then in 2027 or 2028, I'm not sure exactly when, is when the metered rates would come into play once those can be established. So another one that we want to talk about was that, where are we? Sorry, I've lost my place here. That there was the task force asked us to advocate to the County of Renfrew to prepare an annual citywide comparison. However, the township was actually added to the 2024 BMA report, which is a report that compares the municipal water and wastewater rates across the entire province, as well as those County of Renfrew townships that choose to participate. So that's an interesting report if you ever want to take a look at it to see where we land as compared to the rest of the province. And the last one I was going to touch on was that recommendation 5.6 was to explore tendering options for the water and wastewater systems. So just an update on that. So the township is participating in a working group to form a MSC, or a Municipal Services Corporation, with other Ontario municipalities. An MSC is a publicly owned arm's length organization established under the Municipal Act that allows municipalities to deliver services like water and wastewater. So the manager of public works is actually sitting on the, I guess it's a task force that is looking at the viability of the township participating in an MSC for water and wastewater. So we'll see the outcome of that hopefully later in the year. So while the task force has dissolved, a copy of this report is going to be distributed to all the formal members. And actually, Ann Guest, who was one of the one who reached out asking for some updates, has already received that. So additionally, a dedicated web page is going to be added to the township's website to keep everybody up to date on the status of all our recommendations as we undertake them. And some of our next steps are to continue implementing all the actions discussed in the report above, and staff will continue to bring forward any other outstanding recommendations in future capital and operation budgets. That's everything. So does anybody have any more questions? I know, Chris, I think you said you had a couple more.
Yeah, I don't have questions.
Perfect. I'll just go. Is there any other questions that anybody has before I give the floor to Councillor Olmsted? Good. I'll just highlight one and then I'll throw it back to you, Councillor Olmsted. Just the 5.3, you talk about, where you spoke about the BMA report. I've already seen our rates being used as an example through the Eastern Ontario Wardens Caucus, advocating for investment into water and wastewater in rural municipalities. So there's been a huge advantage to show up in that report. It's no surprise where we sit. We're very, very expensive, but there are others that are closing the gap. So it was, if you have an opportunity, especially a member of the public, to take a look at that BMA report, it will provide you some additional context. and it's being used by advocacy organizations like the Warden's Caucus. Good. With that, I'll turn it over to Councillor Olmsted.
Thanks, Mayor. Yeah, just some comments with respect to the task force and the staff execution. So first of all, since we're not a year since the task force had been formed, and I can't remember when we were dissolved, maybe end of summer, roughly. So I'm really, really happy with the speed at which I think we've hit on almost every one of the 45 or so points. So tremendous accolades to staff on achieving what they've achieved. And if you recall from the task force, we did have prioritizations and timelines in there. And I think, now I don't have access to look at it right now, but I think we've almost achieved every one of our timelines that we had input. So again, huge accolades. Secondly, we have approximately $4.8 million of new investment, of new money in that budget that was previously not there, with the award of the money a couple of weeks ago, and then the transfer of some OSIF funds, which we were legally allowed to do, I'm happy to say. And I just want to highlight that there are approximately 444 municipalities applying for those monies, approximately. So to be successful of getting that $4 million is just a real big win for the township and for our users of this facility. So I was going to make a mention about the MSC. Glad you touched on that. It's something we're exploring. I think it's probably a real good thing to explore. Is we are not the only township that are experiencing these kind of difficulties with water, wastewater, and you're going to see that explode over the coming years as townships keep having to replace some of these infrastructures. Massive costs. So we're putting our collective heads together and trying to solve this more with the province than we ever have. So again, just to close out, just want to say thanks so much to the staff. They have not been sitting on the laurels. They've really been going at this. I'm very, very proud to stand behind what the accomplishments are and this report. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Olmsted. As our mover, a seconder, Councillor Moore, anything you want to add?
You can scoff what you want at all the task force that have gone on sitting around this table in the last 10 years, but this one's really moving forward and has always kept the best interest of the public in their eyes. So thank you to staff as well, and we can only go forward. Thank you.
Excellent. Any final comments from council? Good. Thank you for the report. Appreciate the detail and the fact that you're posting it online. I think it's another great communication opportunity. With that, we'll call for the vote. All those in favor? And unanimous. Thank you. Council, I recognize that we have a closed session that is scheduled to start in 25 minutes. If you can hold on for another 25 minutes, we'll get through as much as we can before and then take a break when we go to closed. If that's okay. If you need to step up and leave, we will retain quorum through the process. Good. That moves us on to item 9.6, which is the Human Resources Related Policy Amendment. The recommendations of the Council of the Township of Whitewater Region approve the bylaw to amend bylaw 25-12-1798. A mover and a seconder, please. He's a Deputy Mayor. And I need a seconder, Councillor Bell. And this goes to CAO.
Yeah, thanks so much. So council will recall the reference in the recommendation is bylaw 2512. So it's a bylaw that we adopted in early December of last year. It was a bylaw that looked at all of our human resources related policies. It was a comprehensive amendment and update to those policies. Like any human being, there were some omissions and corrections that were needed, and here we are today in February making those corrections. So I want to highlight that there are minor errors and omissions. They improve clarity, these amendments, and they are sort of they're to provide consistency across the document. So the one thing is the organizational structure has been updated. So we had replaced the fire assistant with a fire prevention officer. So we've updated that together with some position titles. Salary grid, there was a small error on a schedule for the librarian, part-time librarian, which has been corrected. These overtime provisions, back in 2023, we amended the overtime provisions, and when the revised policies got updated, we omitted those by accident. So the newly version before council has those revisions, and then some clarifications around short-term disability. So no significant replacement of the existing policies, just some omissions and corrections. So looking for council's concurrence to move forward with these, and we'll redistribute the revised policies to staff following the decision of council. Thanks so much.
Thank you, CAO. I'll go to the mover first. Deputy Mayor, any comments?
Thank you. No, none at this time. Thank you.
Seconder, Council Bell? Nothing. Anything else from any other member of council? Excellent. With that, we'll call for the vote. All those in favor? And it's unanimous. Thank you. Next item on the agenda is 9.7, and I'll just note for the public that 9.7, 9.8, 9.9 are all zoning bylaw amendment proposals that we will hear after the public meeting that's scheduled for 4:45. So as outlined in the agenda, we are going to be skipping over 9.8, sorry, 9.7, 9.8, 9.9 at this point in time. We'll come back to it later this afternoon. That moves us into item 10 on the agenda, which is the notice of motion. Is there any member of council who wishes to put a notice of motion on the floor at this time? Good, I see none. That moves us into item 11, which is correspondence. We have a single item requiring direction and then a number of information items. The single item requiring direction is Renfrew County Catholic District School Board and a Renature Outdoor Learning Project. The recommendation, and I'll read it, you can follow along. Whereas the Township of Whitewater Region has following interest improving our schoolyards by creating outdoor learning spaces and tree canopy environments. Whereas the Renature Foundation is undertaking a Canadian Renature School program, which will be building outdoor learning spaces and planting trees at the elementary schools in the Renfrew County Catholic District School Board. Be it resolved that the Council of the Township of Whitewater Region acknowledges that the Renature Foundation is applying for funding opportunity from the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, Growing Canada's Community Canopies Initiative for the Canadian Renature School Program, which will be building learning spaces and planting trees at the elementary schools in Renfrew County Catholic District School Board in partnership with the Township of Whitewater Region. Council of the Township of Whitewater Region also recognizes that the lifetime contribution from the Growing Canada's Community Canopies Initiative will not exceed 10 million for tree planting within our municipalities, inclusive of a maximum contribution of 1 million for infrastructure activity costs, and that if approved, this project will be counted towards that limit. Just before I ask for a mover and a seconder, we have seen this type of motion before from the public school board. What's not mentioned in this resolution is that the contribution of the money is coming from the Federation of Canadian Municipalities. So this is not taxpayer dollars, property taxpayer dollars. This is coming through the Federation of Canadian Municipalities. I'll look at the clerk. Do we need to amend the resolution at that point in time?
Perhaps I'll speak to it, and as I speak to it, I'll look at the other resolution we passed for the public school boards to see if there needs to be an amendment.
Okay. With that understanding, we will, as written, as I presented it verbally, I'll ask for a mover and a seconder, please. Yeah, moved by Councillor Moore, seconded by Councillor Trim. Excellent. With that, CAO, you want to add comment at this time?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think I would add too much. I mean, council, back in the fall, we received a presentation from Director Nemi. She's the Director of Education with the Renfrew County District School Board, and she presented with a PowerPoint presentation the Renfrew County District School Board's initiative to sort of create these outdoor learning spaces. So essentially, it appears as though the Catholic District School Board got wind of this initiative and engaged with RE Nature or Renature and are seeking the same funding, same endorsement by our council to support the funding from the Federation of Canadian Municipalities in the Catholic District School Boards in our community. So essentially, it's the identical request, but from the Catholic District School Board. I'm not necessarily seeing a change, but if you wanted to add that closes out my discussion on the topic. But if you wanted to add to the resolution some reference to Federation of Canadian Municipalities, that would be great. Thanks.
Perfect. Councillor Moore, Councillor Trim, mover and seconder. Are you okay with the clerk here, CAO, to make a secretarial amendment to indicate that the funding is being sourced by the FCM? Good. Okay. So we'll take that as an amendment. I'll just highlight, just for context, if I remember correctly, and I stand to be corrected if someone goes back and looks at the public presentation, but the FCM has got a federal monies that they've set aside for extending canopies across Canada. Each municipality is allocated $1 million towards this initiative, access to $1 million. 50, and it's funded 50-50. FCM provides 50% of the funding. The proponent provides the other 50% of the funding. In the case of the public school board, they are working with Renature, and they need our endorsement to make an application towards our $1 million that's sitting there. The school board provides the matching portion of the grant that they've come into an agreement with Renature. What they advised us in that PowerPoint was it is approximately $50,000 a schoolyard is the value. So in our situation here in Whitewater, to support the public board's application, we have allocated about we already agreed to about $100,000 coming from our $1 million allocation. And there's only one separate school board. It's smaller than the other two, so I think we're safe to assume that it would be about $50,000 of the allocation. So that's the context in terms of what we're endorsing. Good. Does that add any other questions or comments from council? Good. CAO, clear?
Yes, absolutely. And just confirming in the letter request, it is $50,000, so similar granting amount. Just highlighting that. Thanks.
Perfect. And with that, we'll call for the vote. All those in favor? Excellent. It's unanimous, and we will endorse that application. This is great news. We all know that the schoolyards in all three of our communities that have schools also double as community spaces. So this is an important investment, and especially if we're doing it without having to impose on property tax. Excellent. Information items. There are 3 information items on the agenda. We will not get into details, but we will answer questions from members of council. The first one is 3 follow-on reports from our local organizations in terms of their annual reports that the Manager of Community Services has been facilitating through these organizations. Is there any questions on the 3 reports? WDRA, Foresters Falls Athletic Association, and of course our own ConnectWell Community Health Organization. Okay, I see none, but again, I'll stress to the Manager of Community Services, this is outstanding. If there was a way to put these on the website in the same manner that Superintendent Nicholson's doing the other, this would be a great way to advertise the contribution that these organizations are making into our community. Excellent, Superintendent Nicholson. They're just following in your footsteps. Good. Next, item B is the Roma 2026 letters. These are the thank you letters that have been drafted to acknowledge the delegations. Again, it's a follow-up, not just for the ministry staff, but also for the public to know what was asked for, who we met with, and what was discussed. Any questions or comments from council? Sorry, and I'll check staff here. Good. Yeah, okay. Good. And the last one is the County of Renfrew documents that are provided. There's 3. Budget news, budget overview, and council and committee summaries from the January meetings. And again, I'll take, if there's any questions or comments that council would like to make, you can either do that now or you can approach me offline at any time. Excellent. I see none. We will move on to item number 11. Sorry, just before that, we're going to have to stop after, item number 12 here, because I can't do the bylaws until after the zoning. Yeah, okay. Excellent. So the next item and the final item we'll take before we go into closed will be item number 12, which is the announcements. And I'll start with the Deputy Mayor.
Nothing at this time. Thank you, Mayor.
Good. Councillor Bell? Good. And Councillor White?
Nothing.
This is the first time Councillor White usually has every announcement that we've missed. Okay. Councillor Umstead, it's all on you.
Well, I didn't prepare any because I figured Councillor White had them. So I'm going to pass.
Oh, I wasn't sure if that would be appropriate.
Okay. Councillor Moore, any announcements?
Just wanted to mention it last time, Walk for Papa is this Sunday at the PMC, so between 10 and 1:30. You want to stop in and make a donation, the money's going to the Pembroke Regional.
Yes.
To the
And
best of
just
my knowledge.
a reminder to the community, who is Papa?
Papa lives in Beachburg, and he's 80-something, and he's blind. And it's Russell Mackay, for those of you who don't know who Papa is. And he lives on Cameron Street. And he has been doing walking fundraising for the last 5 years. He's raised a lot of money over the years, including walking to Shawville and walking to Ottawa. So to walk around the PMC at 80-something, he's still doing quite well. So it'd be nice to give him some support. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you. And Councillor Trim?
Yes, just a short report first on the very successful big breakfast at the Westmeath Hall last Saturday, which was sponsored by a local contractor. I believe there were nearly 300 breakfasts served, so it was a great success. Now, this Saturday, there's going to be activity, another breakfast, food all day long, Westmeath, because there's Huey Martin is organizing a memorial hockey tournament, which will be played in 3 different rinks, Beachburg, Westmeath, and Chapeau. And but the hall in Westmeath is where to get your food, whether you're playing hockey, watching hockey, or just wanting to eat. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Excellent. And great success. I know there was a fishing derby as well this past weekend in Westmeath. And again, it was very successful. But excellent. Oh, community services, please.
Sorry, on the 25th is our regular, and you missed the Riverview Seniors Lunch today because you organized a council meeting, just so you're all aware. The 25th of February is the, sorry, I just lost it, is the fundraiser for Whitewater seniors. It's a roast beef dinner, and they're taking orders, so if you want to get in on that, now's the time. I believe the deadline is tomorrow. The Good Food Box is also available. There's an order deadline of the 26th of March. It's $20 and you get fresh fruits, vegetables, and you pick that up in Cobden, Beachburg, and Eganville, but it's ordered through ConnectWell.
Outstanding. Good catch-all. Any final things? Excellent. Okay. Good. I think we'll not at this point in time. Yeah. Until we know it's. Is it in the paper? Oh, okay, good. I didn't know that. I thought it was social media. So shoot, go, Councillor White.
Just to let everybody know, if you haven't received the Eganville Leader yet, it has been sold, and it's going to continue operations through a company in London Publishing.
Outstanding. So a key communication piece for rural Ontario. Good. And with that, I'll just remind the public that the plan at this point in time is that we're skipping to item 14. We're going to do a closed session. And it's the closed session. After the closed session is done, we will be coming out of closed, doing a public ceremony to recognize an award that the Township Whitewater Region is getting from the province, and then we'll resume our council meeting at 4:45 at that point in time to review the zoning and bylaw amendments that are proposed in the agenda. So it's a little bit of a staggered process here to make sure we manage everything, but that's the plan.
Don't forget, you're going downstairs for 6.
And then there's a 6 o'clock function downstairs. Yes, okay. Good. With that, what I'd like to propose for council is that we will vote now to move into closed. We will then take a recessed in closed to allow our guests to leave, them to prep the room, and then we'll jump into closed as soon as we've had an opportunity to get set. Everybody has a bio break. Good? So with that, I will, where's my closed recommendation? Right here. So, closed session, item number 14 on the agenda, to commence at 3 p.m. or earlier. There are 3 topics indicated on the agenda: Whitewater snowgoers, McGonigal Road, former rail trestle removal, and 3, the Gore Line transfer request. So the Council of the Township of Whitewater Region will move into closed session at 2:52 p.m. as permitted in Section 239(2) of the Municipal Act, with the CAO remaining in the room to discuss 1, a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality or local board. A mover and a seconder, please. So moved by Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Trim. There's no debate. All those in favor? And it's carried unanimously. So we'll go into closed as soon as we get the room prepped. And a bio break. Thank you.
Welcome, everybody, to our special guests, Whitewater Region Council members, community volunteers, supportive partners, and our staff. We would like to welcome you today to join us for a presentation ceremony. We'd also like to thank MPP Deneau, Carmen Gould, Louise Lauzon, and our as our Ontario Region Development Advisors, Mayor Neil Nicholson is going to come ahead and make a presentation, and I invite him to come forward to speak.
Folks, so on behalf of Whitewater Council, I just want to thank you for taking time to come out here today to recognize this. And thanks to Sean for live streaming it for the people that can't be here. We are especially proud to be able to host our own MPP, Billy Deneau, as we celebrate this designation as an Ontario age-friendly community. As one of only 69 municipalities awarded this designation in the province of Ontario, it speaks to the tremendous efforts of our Seniors Task Force and the subsequent Seniors Working Group that have been so hard at work over the past 7 years. Last term, our council established a Seniors Task Force made up of 7 seniors from our community. And I think some of those are here today, which I will mention later, so you're not off the hook yet. Over a 3-year period, this dedicated group completed a community needs analysis, gathered extensive input, developed an age-friendly community plan that was fully adopted by council at the time. One of the key recommendations in that plan was to seize the opportunities to enhance seniors' active living and home support here in Whitewater Region. And from that, the idea of a seniors' home support and active living center was born. This work has paved the way for securing annualized provincial funding for a seniors' active living center, as well as ongoing funding for seniors' home supports to specifically help Whitewater Region residents age well here in rural Ontario. These are critical investments amounting to more than $150,000 each and every year, directly supporting our seniors so they can continue to live and thrive in the communities that they help build. A huge thank you has to go out to Carmen Gould, who is here tonight. Where's Carmen? Raise your hand. Yes, thank you, Carmen. Our regional ministry representative and her partner in crime, Louise, is also here. Louise standing, yes. For guiding us through every step of this long process over the 7 years, and for your continued support. You have been an incredible resource for all of us, and this project is a prime example of leveraging and extending existing resources through new partnerships. The support we provide here in Whitewater Region also wouldn't have been possible without MOU partners, and I have to mention them, they're not all here today. But the Renfrew and Area Seniors Home Support, Care for Health and Community Services of Pembroke, and the Eganville and District Seniors Needs Association, all 3 of these organizations have a long-standing commitment to supporting seniors in Renfrew County, and we could not have asked for stronger partnerships. I also have to note, as it was discussed and confirmed just before the ceremony at our previous council meeting, that council will be strengthening our partnership with Eganville and District Seniors. They are going to be helping to operate our Whitewater Seniors Home Support and Active Living Center going forward. And I just want to publicly thank Kayla and her board for this partnership. It will be vital for the community. So thank you, Kayla. Before I move on to the staff that I want to recognize, there are other people in attendance today that I want to highlight. We have our Renfrew County paramedics. Mathieu Grenier is here representing our paramedics, which have been such a strong support in the back. We also have ConnectWell, Director of Community Health Centers, Manish. Manish is here. He is the new face of Brenda Powers-Ross, as we know her. Responsible for primary care, not just in our community, but across Lanark County, but invested in supporting primary care and all of the things that make primary care work in our community. So thank you for sharing time with us today. We have the North on Renfrew County Women's Institute. Ruth and Wendy are here. We've got Riverview Seniors President here, Linda Mills. We have a number of seniors. I'm going to recognize the seniors also. Randy, representing Civitan. Just the Civitan today? Is there other things? Just the Civitan? Okay. And behind her, I also have to mention the WDRA, the furthest point from the center of the universe here in Cobden. Westmeath, we also have key partnerships for our seniors across our community. So Brenda, thank you for being here today to make sure we recognize that as well. I also have to recognize the staff who invested so much time and effort. Specifically, and we look at her at the center of the crowd there trying to hide, is Julie. And if you haven't met Julie yet, you need to, but unfortunately you cannot have her for anything. Julie is a tremendous resource that's helped us deliver it from a township perspective, and now is helping Kayla and her organization. So Julie and Lisa, thank you so much for everything that you do. I can't go without mentioning thank you to Stephanie, who has helped navigate this process and has dotted all the I's and crossed the T's and prepped the ministerial briefs and all of the things that need to get happen. So Stephanie, thank you. And Ivan, as a CAO, he reminded me quite often that supporting seniors in our community is not necessarily within the scope of a lower tier, but it's vitally important to our community, so we will make time for it. Him and his predecessor, Rob Tremblay, who was the one who helped us initiate it when Mike Moore was our mayor. So thank you, Stephanie, Ivan, and of course, Rob. Lastly, I want to recognize the volunteers and the residents themselves who deserve such special recognition. Your time on the task force and the working group, your contributions, writing grants, the age-friendly community plan, supporting the programming, delivering meals, hosting events, setting up, tearing down, Christmas concerts. I could list everything that happens in the community is because of this group of volunteers. And just before we give them a quick round of applause, I'm going to get them to stand up. Okay? So this is dangerous because then I have to remember names. So Bonnie Johnson. Okay? Good. Moira, yes, you can stay standing. Stay standing. Stay up. Yes, good, good, good. Gwen Bennett. And Sheila O'Brien. That's good. You're good. But these are just 4 of the many seniors. I think there's probably been about 18 that have cycled through on the 2 committees. But these are the folks that do the work, right? Write the grants, call me, send me emails, corner me, but ensuring that our seniors have their voice heard. So thank you. Our council believes that supporting our seniors is one of our most important responsibilities. Our seniors have poured their lives into our communities. They've shaped them into what they are today. It should be possible for them to age in the right place in the community that they call home and remain connected to it. As we move forward, I encourage everyone, our partners, our volunteers, our staff, and our residents to continuing championing initiatives that keep our seniors active, supported, and connected. Together, we can ensure that Whitewater Region remains a community where aging with dignity and belonging is not just possible, but it's expected. And once again, I want to just thank Billy for taking the time to come and join us here today. And with your continued commitment and in improving the lives of our seniors across the county of Renfrew and your whole riding, your support has been vital to what we've been able to achieve today. And with that, I'm going to turn the floor over to our MPP. And then I'll come back. The warden is another address, but Stephanie, I'm changing the order already. I'll do it after our MPP's address. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Mayor Nicholson and Council for inviting me to join you here today on this great occasion. And I really appreciate presenting the history and the story. I mean, it certainly has been a long road, but it shows just all the work and the culmination of those efforts to coming here today. So it's a pleasure to be here to celebrate Whitewater Region Township as the successful recipient of the Ontario Age-Friendly Community Recognition Award. In receiving this award, the province is recognizing your community's leadership in making Ontario more accessible and inclusive for people of all ages and abilities. Age-friendly communities create inclusive physical and social environments that support older adults to live safely, maintain good health, and remain active and engaged. And Whitewater Region, along with communities across Ontario, is being recognized for building spaces that are welcoming and inclusive for older adults. And this award is especially meaningful because seniors are a vital part of our community in Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke. They built the community in which we live through their contributions to our economy, their commitment to recreation and volunteerism, and their continued active participation. They have shaped the place we call home. And their work in the past has paved the way for our present and our future. And because of that, their continued success is our community's continued success. And it takes real leadership to ensure that all members of our community are represented, acknowledged, and most importantly, heard. And that leadership is clearly exemplified here in Whitewater Region. This community has come together to ensure seniors are not only a part of the conversation, but at the center of it. And I have to say, over the summer, I had the privilege of being able to tour every SALC across the riding of Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke. Carmen, 14? Okay, 14 SALCs across the riding of Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke. Probably, I want to say, the highest proportion per capita in the entire province, right? Something that I know she's very proud of, and I'm very proud of. And I have to say, when I visited Whitewater Regions, it's just clear to me how important it is for the community, a place of connection, a place of socialization, a place where you can feel like you belong in the community. And I have to just say that your service to your neighbors does not go unpunished, or not unpunished. It does not go unrecognized, is what I meant to say. So I just want to personally recognize Mayor Nicholson, Council, the volunteers, everyone who's been a part of this, as well as, of course, Carmen, who's I know works very hard when it comes to the Ministry of Seniors and Accessibility. And earning this award, this recognition belongs to each and every one of you. So thanks again for having me here, and congratulations to each and every one of you on receiving this award. Thank you.
It's good. Humor is also part of our age-friendly community. I just have a quick note here from our warden, Jennifer Murphy, who couldn't be here. She's got another commitment, but she sent a certificate and just a couple words that she asked me to relay. So I'm sorry that I'm not able to be in attendance this afternoon, but on behalf of the County of Renfrew, I want to extend my sincere congratulations to the Whitewater Seniors Working Group on achieving your age-friendly community designation. This designation is more than a title. It reflects the thoughtful planning, collaboration, and dedication that you have shown to ensure seniors in your community feel valued, supported, and included. Creating age-friendly community means building places where people can remain active, engaged, and connected at every stage of life. Your work strengthens not only Whitewater Region, but our entire county. As warden, I am proud to see this leadership in action and grateful for the volunteers and the partners who made it possible. Well done to this outstanding achievement, and thank you for making Renfrew County a place where everyone can thrive. Good, that's it for the, oh no, do we have a sum up? That's it? Okay, I'm the sum up. Okay, so what we're gonna do is I'd like to get a couple pictures, if you guys are okay with it. So we're not gonna have to make you move. We're gonna try something that they did to us at Toronto at the delegations. They'd make us stay in our spot, we can stand and we'll go to you. But first of all, maybe if Billy, if you wanna come up, we'll do the formal presentation of the certificates. get a picture with council up here, and then we're going to do a picture with the whole group over there. Is that fair? Yeah, so council, come on in. And we'll fill it this, yeah. Does that work? Does everybody in? Good? Okay, now we're going to do by raise And welcome back to the Township of Whitewater Region's regular council meeting for Wednesday, February 18th. And just for those that might just be logging on now or have been tracking from earlier, we've had a full day of meetings today. We started with this council meeting at 1 o'clock and just took a short recess to do an age-friendly presentation. So we're coming back. We're recalling to order ourselves again as a council meeting to address a number of items on the agenda. They were indicated as being addressed at 4:45 p.m. at the time right now. So just the item that we're going to come back to is item number 6, which is presentations. And this is a public meeting that will hear 3 zoning amendment proposals. And I remind people that what we do is we pause the council meeting at this point in time. We initiate a formal Planning Act public meeting to officially receive feedback from the community on these three applications. Once we've received that feedback and we've acknowledged it all as members of council, we will then close the public meeting and resume the council meeting. Excellent. So the public meeting is now convened at 4:47 p.m. to hear comments and receive information from the public regarding 3 proposed applications to amend the Township of Whitewater Region's zoning bylaw in accordance with the Planning Act. The motions that will, where the decisions will be heard on these is not part of this meeting. They will be addressed later on in the council meeting or the subsequent council meeting as part of reports to council. And with that, I'm going to turn the floor over to our planner, who will provide a brief overview of the first file.
Just before you commence, Planner Baird, did you want me just to do the planner statement? Or did you have it in front of you there?
I do not.
I'll do it, go ahead and do it if that's okay, just for the sake of process. So there's just a little bit of a statement with respect to these, the Planning Act applications, and I'll just walk through it here. So if any person or public body does not make an oral submission at the public meeting or make written submissions to the Township of Whitewater Region before the bylaw is passed, the person or public body is not entitled to appeal to the decision of the council to the Ontario Land Tribunal. If the person or public body may not be added as a party to the hearing of an appeal before the tribunal unless in the opinion of the tribunal there are reasonable grounds to do so. Under section 3411 of the Planning Act, if council decides to refuse an application, refuses or neglects to make a decision on an application within 120 days of receiving the application, the applicant or Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing may appeal to the tribunal by filing an appeal with the clerk of the municipality. Under section 3419 of the Planning Act, it states that not later than 20 days after giving notice of the passing of the bylaw, the applicant, any person or public body who made oral submission at the public meeting or made written submission to council before the bylaw was passed, or the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing may appeal to the Ontario Land Tribunal by filing an appeal with the clerk of the municipality. And through you, the mayor, we'll pass it over to Planner Baird to speak to the first zoning bylaw amendment.
Thank you. The mayor, so the first zoning bylaw amendment is file D-14-218 on Beachburg Road. The proposed amendment is to rezone the lands from the extractive industrial reserve, sand and gravel zoning, and the waterfront vicinity zoning to the extractive industrial zoning for the purposes of operating an aggregate extraction pit. The application was submitted by EGIS Canada, agent for Jeffrey and Carol Lavallee.
Just a sec, planner, just to confirm, is your microphone on?
It's
just
green.
maybe a
I'll
little
move it
closer.
closer.
Yeah, that's perfect. Thank
okay,
you.
Perfect. Yeah, so the present application was submitted by EGIS Canada, agent for Jeffrey and Carol Lavallee. Yeah, the intention is to use the lands as an active aggregate pit. I believe we have Chris Clark, agent for the Z on.
Over to you, Sean. Do you have any members of the public that are active on the Zoom? You're not seeing any. Thank you so much. And then back to you, Planner Baird.
So we may be zoning this later, but I'll continue with the planning analysis. So the provincial policy statement outlines that aggregate resources shall be protected for long-term use, and as much of the resources as feasibly possible shall be made available as close to markets as possible. The extraction shall be undertaken in a manner which minimizes social, economic, and environmental impact. The property in question is subject to application approval under the Aggregate Resources Act, which will help govern the responsible extraction of materials. The EMR-SG zoning that was previously on the property was for the purposes of protecting the aggregate mineral and for their use for future extraction. The County of Renfrew official plan designates the property as mineral aggregate, outlines that the predominant use of the lands is for pits and quarries. Section 7.34 of the official plan outlines criteria which should be considered for a proposed amendment to the zoning bylaw to allow a pit, including degree of exposure to the public, the need for screening, haulage routes, rehabilitation, drainage, effect on the water table, and effects on adjacent land uses. In response, multiple studies have been prepared as part of the pit license under the Aggregate Resources Act and shared with the township, including a maximum predicted water table and level 1 and 2 hydrogeological assessment, a natural environment level 1 and 2 report, a cultural heritage resource archaeological assessment stage 1 report, and an acoustical study. These studies have demonstrated that there are minimal anticipated impacts on the water table and natural environment through the implementation of an inspection program on the site, maintaining a minimum 30 meters for any open water source, and following provincial regulation regarding handling of equipment and storage, outlined under the Aggregate Resources Act and Environmental Protection Act. They have outlined mitigation measures for noise, including limiting equipment operation and hauling to between 7 a.m. and 7 p.m., the addition of noise barriers required for the use of certain equipment on site, and the construction of noise barriers and berms along portions of the rear property line and portions of the front and south side property lines. The haulage of materials to be done via Beachburg Road, which is currently also utilized by an adjacent pit to the north of the subject lands and is built to a standard which can handle heavy truck traffic, including haulage for the site. The rehabilitation plan speaks to bring the lands to a natural environment ecosystem with a small lake to match the surrounding mixed forest woodlands around the pit site. And the public meeting is the opportunity to allow council and the public to bring forth any other concerns regarding the application for consideration. The property is zoned Extractive Industrial Reserve, Sand and Gravel, EMRSG, and Waterfront Vicinity, WV, under the Township Zoning Bylaw. The intent of the EMRSG zoning is to protect areas with high potential for future aggregate extraction, such as what is being proposed here. The waterfront vicinity portion of the property was formerly used as a hunting camp. However, we have been informed by the owner that the lands have not been used for this purpose for some time, and infrastructure relating to that use has been removed from the site. The proposed new zoning would allow aggregate extraction to occur on the subject lands, which the applicant is intending to achieve via a below water pit. The rezoning of the property meets the intent of both the EMR-SG and EM zoning, and the portion of the land zone WV are no longer actively used. Thus, redevelopment of these lands for aggregate extraction makes full use of the potential of the lands at this time. The applicant is also undergoing an application with the province of Ontario under the Aggregate Resources Act and is required to meet all ARA and additional provincial requirements for the operation of the pit. Because the application complies with and meets all requirements of the provincial planning statement and the intent of the County of Renfrew official plan and Township of Whitewater Region zoning bylaw, it is planning's opinion that the application be approved. And I believe we have Chris Clark joining us from EGIS Canada, if anyone has any additional questions for the agent.
Excellent. Thank you, Planner. First off, I just want to confirm the applicant or the member speaking on his behalf, you had said a Mr. Clark. Would they like to now address council?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I don't think I have anything else to add, but I can answer any questions that come up or any comments that get raised during the meeting. But I think the planner did a good job of describing the application and what we're proposing. So I don't have anything further to add at this time.
Perfect. And I just want to publicly acknowledge you are a consultant for the proponent.
Yes, I'm Chris Clark. I work for Aegis Canada. We're a planning consulting firm and engineering firm based out of Ottawa.
Perfect. Thank you. Good. Next, planner, I'll just ask if there's been any written or other electronic submissions. Is there anybody else that is logged on that wants to speak today?
Not to the best of my knowledge for this application.
Did you receive any written feedback from the community?
No public record comments.
Perfect. Good. And is there anyone here present that would like to speak to this application? Excellent. Good. I see none. So at this point, I'll turn it over to council, see if there's any questions or points that you'd like to raise. Councillor Moore.
Since how we have Mr. Clark on the phone, I have never been through an opening of a pit before. So I'm wondering what legalities are falling on the township hands in future for encroachment of other property and perhaps going too far into the water table, etc. Who mitigates this? Is it the owner or is it the township?
Mr. Clerk, if you feel comfortable responding.
Sure, through you, Mr. Chair. It's would be governed under the ARA process. So there's an active Aggregate Resources Act application for this property. Anything relating to impacts on neighbors, impacts on water quality from pit operations, that's all sort of governed through the policies and the procedures that are under the ARA. And as things sort of develop out and sort of move forward with the pit coming into operation, there is processes under the ARA that the applicant and like the pit owner is going to have to follow to ensure everything is in compliance with that policy and the underlying requirements for the ARA. And that'll look, if there are any sort of issues with neighbors that arise, then, when it comes time for phase 3 of the pit, which would be the portion closest to the traveled road, closest to the other residences, there's an opportunity to do site plan amendments to add more buffering or, increase any sort of requirements for separations because of water quality issues. All that'll be sort of tracked and managed under the ARA process. So from the township's perspective, I think it's just a matter of passing the zoning amendment to put the proper zoning in place to allow the extraction to occur. And then everything else should be covered by the ARA as the pit operation plays out.
Okay, thank you very much.
Good. Any other questions from council? Good. I have one for you, planner or CAO. I know that there is a wellhead protection plan specifically for Beachburg. Is there any conflict between this application and that wellhead protection area?
Through the mayor, I don't believe there is, based off the provided hydrogeological and water table assessment study. And any conflicts would be addressed through the Aggregate Resources Act site plan process, I believe.
No, I just wanted to acknowledge that existed. Perfect. If there's no other questions and no other public input on this application, we will move on to the next application, please. And Mr. Clerk, I think at this point in time, you're free to sign off unless you'd like to listen to the other two applications.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If anything comes up, the planner is more than welcome to email me any further questions or comments if they do arise, and we'll address them accordingly.
Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you.
Through the mayor, so the next application is zoning bylaw amendment D-14-219, 1915 Beachburg Road. believe we have an amendment to the recommendation.
Yeah, so if it's okay through you, the mayor, just for clarity for the members of council is, as it is our practice, we would normally prepare, as you'll see in the agenda, there's the public meeting portion, which we're into right now. And then later in the agenda, I believe it's numbers 9.7, 9.8, 9.9. We actually have a staff report that provides a recommendation. And this agenda was issued late last week. These reports were prepared late last week, but what we're understanding in the last number of days is we've been getting some public comments on the next two applications. So we're gonna hear the details of the application generally, if you don't mind, Planner Baird, like what are they applying for? We'll hear comments from the public, but from the staff's perspective, we'd like to postpone later in the agenda, items 9.8 and 9.9, so that we could take in the public input, analyze it, review it, and then come back at a later date, the next meeting, with our final recommendation, because we want to take in the input, and it may affect change to our recommendation, but we need to take it all in, review it, and then come back. So for the moment now, because we're in the public meeting to get input, if you could just present the application, the proposal, we'll hear from the members of council, hear from the public, the applicant if they're present. And then when we come back later in the agenda, then I would ask that we, through one of the members, that they move a motion to postpone those two items. Thanks so much.
Okay, planner. Oh, sorry, Councillor Olmsted.
Sorry, and maybe I can just backtrack based kind of on that note. So on 9.7, if I'm not mistaken, we're just taking the reserve off of that, right? Is that like a holding symbol or a reserve from what it currently is? So it's already zoned properly from what I'm reading here. We're just simply, if we go down the avenue of approving it, then we're just removing the reserve on it. But what other course, so let's say we didn't approve it, it's already zoned properly, what other course of action does the applicant have?
Just because now we're talking about an agenda item outside of maybe, because we kind of closed the public meeting
Okay.
on the pit. If
Sure.
we could come back to that when we get to agenda item 9.7, we could raise that question.
Sure.
We could walk through that.
Yeah.
But for now, if it's okay
Yeah,
through
no,
you,
it's
the mayor, we'll just have Planner Baird present the second application.
So please take a note and we'll come back to it. Planner Baird, just if you could provide an overview of the next file, please.
Absolutely, and I'll just present it with the recommendation coming later in mind, so it'll just be without the final recommendation portion of the report. So the present application has been submitted by Samuel McRae for the property known as...
Sorry, I'm going to have to interrupt. I know your voices carry and the mics are picking them up. So if you have to hold your discussion, if you want to, you're free to go back outside a little farther away, but the voices just carry in this room. So thank you. Planner Baird, back to it.
Yes, the present application was submitted by Samuel McRae for the property known as 1915 Beachburg Road. The purpose of the application is to seek a zoning bylaw amendment to rezone the lands from residential 1, R1, to general commercial, GC, for the purpose of using the existing structures on the property for an office space. The surrounding land uses of the property are residential and commercial, and the property currently contains a single detached dwelling, which they aim to use as an office space, a septic system, and the property is on municipal water. The Provincial Planning Statement 2024 outlines general policies for settlement areas, and outlines that land use patterns within settlement areas should be based on densities and a mix of land uses which make efficient use of land and resources. Section 2.5 discusses rural areas and municipalities and encourages development that is building upon rural character, leveraging rural amenities and assets, and promoting diversification of the economic base and employment opportunities through goods and services, including value-added products, and the sustainable management or use of resources to support healthy, integrated, and viable rural areas. Additionally, Section 2.5, subsection 2 outlines that in rural areas, rural settlement areas shall be the focus of growth and development. and their vitality and regeneration shall be promoted. Under the County of Renfrew official plan, the property is designated village community. The village community designation promotes commercial uses and emphasizes preservation of the historic character of these areas. The proposed rezoning is to use the existing structure. There is no additional construction proposed at this point to alter the facade or the structures on the property. The village community designation also allows for the consideration of new commercial uses via zoning bylaw amendment, which is being brought forward. The Township of Whitewater Region zoning bylaw, the property is currently zoned R1 and is proposed to be rezoned general commercial. The lot is currently undersized for the provision of both zonings, the current zoning and the proposed new zoning. However, the zoning bylaw does allow the use of undersized lots as long as the use, building, or structure is permitted in the zone and all other requirements of the bylaw are met, and the water supply and sewage disposal systems meet provincial requirements, and written approvals are obtained from the applicable permit granting authority. The change to the commercial use of the property will trigger the need for a site plan agreement, which the property owner will have to enter into with the township. They also be required to obtain a change of use permit. Additionally, the existing septic will be reviewed as part of the site plan agreement process to ensure it is suitable for the new use. And the site plan agreement will govern parking, setbacks, everything else that is required within the zoning and any other provisions that need to be seen by the public. At that point, that will conclude my report, but I believe we do have a member of the public with us to speak on the application.
Excellent, thank you, Planner. I'm just going to first check to see if the proponent is present or electronically present and would like to speak to their file. I'm getting the indication from our electronics manager back there, Sean, that there is no one online that would like to speak to it from proponent's perspective. Good, so next, there's no one online that wants to speak to it from electronic perspective. Good. I acknowledge there's no one. And written comments, is there any written comments that we should consider?
We did not receive public written comments beyond the expressed desire to speak at the meeting.
Excellent. And with that, we will move to oral presentations. So if there is a member of the public that would like to provide oral presentation, I'd ask you to come up to the mic. We'll make sure it's on there. Maybe Councillor Moore can make sure it's on. I'll just get you to introduce yourself, and then the floor is yours.
Hello, my name is Claude Hebert. I live right next door, 1917 Beachburg Road. And first of all, I'd just like to say, my wife and I were not opposed to economic development, right? As long as it's done responsibly. So we're a little bit concerned. We'd like to know what type of commercial activity is going to be taking place next door. We're concerned about, our major concern is noise, traffic. We're already seeing a lot of truck traffic at that corner of Anderson and Beachburg Road, a lot of trucks. It's not a deal breaker at this point, but we're just wondering if it's going to add to the volume of traffic. That's a major concern. Pollution, environmental, it's right next to the Muskrat River. What's going to be happening there, right? The other thing that concerns me is the parcel of land behind 1915. On the map, it just shows the lot, but there's a parcel of land behind that. And there's some heavy equipment in there, which is concerning. There's a big pile of wood, and the equipment that's in there is a wood processing piece of equipment. Major concern for us is what's going to be happening on my parcel of land. Is it going to be a permanent woodlot kind of activity?
I'm going to pause just for a moment. Hopefully I don't off track here, because the Planning Act constrains the discussion to the parcel that's on the agenda today. But I would encourage you, if you want to learn more information about another parcel, we can link you up with the planner.
All right.
And he can provide whatever information is available at that time. But noted,
Yeah.
I assume the adjacent activity has something to do, but if you can stick to the current parcel, please.
Okay, we can discuss that later, but that's fine. So basically, it's traffic, noise, pollution, environmental, and basically loss of enjoyment, as far as, like, if it's an afternoon and I'm outside on my deck, what am I going to be hearing next door? That's the main concern. And I think that's about it for me. So thank you very
Perfect.
much.
Thank you, Mr. Hubert. From a planner perspective, next steps on that, do we offer any feedback at this point in time?
Go ahead, Lenny.
So the application was made on the premise that the use would just be to use the inside of the existing dwelling as an office space, with no additional construction expected on the property, to the facade of the building or the inside of the building, as far as we've been made aware. They will also be required to enter a site plan agreement, which will outline the use of the property as an office space, outline parking, and then any changes to that use that are not for an office space would have to be done through a site plan amendment, which have to be brought forth by the applicant at that time. But based off what they provided to us so far, we have no indication that the lands are being used for anything other than an office space, and that no addition or additional construction on the existing building on site is proposed.
You want to add? No? Okay. Is there any other public comments? Yes, please. If you can come to the mic, we'll make sure it's turned on, and you just have to. Oh, it's because we're streaming.
Talk to me? Sorry, I came in
please.
late too. My name's Mary Kay Armanen, and I live in 1916 Beechburg Road. I live right across the road. I've been a resident of Beechburg now for 23 years, and I pride myself, we've put a lot of money into upgrading our house, a lot of money. And we take pride in our house. We've gotten lots of positive comments in the village, which is really nice to hear. And we love where we live. We love the water. We love everything about it. We love Dorothy across the road when she lived in that house too, and spent many days speaking with her, talking with her. My concerns are not in the fact, they're very much the same. My concerns are it is noisy already in the mornings. I can hear the cement factory, and I'm not opposed to jobs. I'm not opposed to using that building as an office. I think my concern is if it changes from residential to commercial, what's stopping it from being torn down and other things happening? I think the fear is all of a sudden there's trucks coming in and out, the noise, I love sitting outside. I love the water. I won't move from that area because I love our little spot. So there are concerns. I'm not opposed to jobs. I'm a teacher. I teach in the area. I teach in Pembroke. I pride myself on jobs and doing the right thing. But tonight, I feel very strongly like I'm not opposed to it being an office, but if it's just an office, that's fine, and I'm all for it. But my concerns are when it changes from residential to commercial, what happens next? And, what are the steps then? What's the next step? And what if they change their mind? And then my property value goes down and I'm not going to want to live there anymore. And I love Beechburg. I feel very passionate about it. My kids love it. They both have been born and raised here. So those are my concerns for living in the community. And, I got a little bit more of an insight. I'm not opposed to anybody. I'm not here to attack anybody, but I do have those concerns as well, living here. And my husband would be here too, but he's teaching right now, so he can't be here right now. So I'm the voice as well as my neighbor here, who we love dearly, and it's hard to have good neighbors. So, it also has the front porch. Is that going to be fixed up? Is that happening? Because that whole front area is kind of falling apart as well. So those are a few questions that I do have. So thank you for listening to me.
Thank you so much, Ms. Armaman? Armaman. Yes, thank you. And thank both of you for coming in today and making sure that your voices are heard. Maybe planner, could I get you to describe, just to outline, not only for council but for the public, what site plan control is? And how does it literally control the use of the property?
So a site plan control essentially gives the municipality authority to implement a site plan agreement on the property under certain conditions. In our site plan bylaw, that includes commercial uses, which is why this is applicable in this case. Site plan agreement requires engineer drawings, studies, everything like that prepared and submitted by the applicant to the township. And essentially, it's an agreement with the township that the township has authority over that strictly outlines and limits the uses of the property to the provisions provided in the agreement. In this case, because the applicant has specified that the only use is an office use, the site plan agreement would speak to that and limit the use of that property to an office use. The site plan agreement will also note building locations, will note grading and drainage, will note stormwater management plans, anything like that on the property. Any changes, the site plan agreement is registered on the title of the land, so it is legally binding. Any straying from the site plan agreement there are legal channels through which to pursue it. And yeah, the purpose of the site plan agreement is really to specifically control the development of the property to be in the best interest of the township and the public interest. I will also note in this case, beyond that, just based off the concerns of, I do understand the concerns of if they get it rezoned and then decide to change their mind on what to use it. For this particular property, they would need an amendment to their site plan agreement, which the town would then review and have to agree to before any agreement could be made. And if they made changes without agreement from the township, there are legal avenues through which it would be pursued. B, a limiting factor on this property is, as was noted by the resident, that the property is located next to the river. That means it is subject to the 30-meter water setback. As the property exists, the building is non-complying with that setback. This means that the building can continue to be used as long as no further encroachment into that setback is noted. So in this case, if they were looking to tear down and rebuild or build anything new on that property, they would be looking at extensive environmental studies and additional work for any sort of relief from that water setback. The only thing that this property can be used for as it exists under the zoning bylaw are the buildings that exist. So they are limited in what could be done with this property without extensive environmental work and more applications to be brought to the public, to council for public meeting. So that's kind of just, in this case, the site plan agreement is to allow us to impose significant control on the development and limit the uses of the property. In addition, with that water setback, there are quite a few limiting factors that would make it difficult to be looking to reconstruct or build additions or expansions or any additional structures on the property. So in this case, with this property, we are fairly confident that the office use will be maintained, but the concerns of the residents are fair and noted.
Good. Thank you for that. I think that's a great review. Just before I open it up to council for any comments, I just want to make one last offer to the public. Is there any other public comments that you'd like to provide council at this point in time? Perfect. Good. So at this point, I'll open it up to council. If there's any questions that you have for the planner on this file, I'm going to start with Councillor Olmsted, but I recognize the other four hands. Good. Councillor Olmsted, please.
That's lots of hands. Thank you, Mayor. Just want to understand the actual size of the property. I'm trying to look on the maps here, and I do see a trail that goes, well, to the bottom of the page. It looks like it goes directly to the cement plant. But in also looking at the photo close here, I see the red line, which is off the Renfrew County GIS, I assume?
Yes.
So is the property bigger than the yellow portion that we're looking at here?
It is not.
Mr. Hebert, I think it was Hebert?
Yes.
Mentioned that he wants to understand the additional lot or property. Are you talking about the property behind the house?
Yeah, it goes all the way to almost right to the cement plant.
So
I
Maybe do you want him to?
Sorry, Mr. Bear, I can't, we can't do the exchange between the public. So, and again, I'm constrained by the Planning Act in this one. Yeah, good.
So again, just looking at the photo up on the page, I don't see that red line on a property where I would normally see that on a Renfrew County GIS. So I'm confused by the actual size of the property.
Yeah, so just to, you can see it now. It's up there, Councillor Olmsted?
Yeah, okay.
I can explain it.
So I will come to you, just hold on, Councillor Moore, I'm going to finish with Councillor Olmsted.
Okay, so I think I'm understanding now that I see the actual GIS, that the yellow property is the only affected property, but the proponent probably owns the property behind and the other property behind it. Gotcha, okay. I'm clear, thank you. Yeah.
Is there any other comments from planners on that? Good, sorry, it's like, I got to keep it in order here. Yes, CAO?
Yeah, and I think the remark from Mr. Hebert is, what is the activity that's occurring on the vacant property? We could certainly follow up on that. There's no question of it. Through our planner, together with the property owner, we could figure out what's going on. Yes.
It's good. Councillor Moore, floor is yours.
Okay. These three parcels in particular that we're talking about are all connected. At one point, they weren't. They were owned by a nephew and an uncle, and Mama was in the house. So the driveway you see going from the house went to Daddy's shop, and he made crypts back in the day, whenever crypts were required in the graveyards. And then beyond that was McGregor Concrete. So there was three different sections there, three different owners, per se. But now they're all one owner has purchased all three properties and businesses. So this is why the change, when you see different equipment and stuff coming in, it's because technically he owns the property. But the only thing I have a concern about as a township councillor, but I'm not sure if I'm actually barking up the wrong tree because it is a county road. If they turn this into an office, how is the traffic, if the traffic comes through the house yard to Beachburg Road, will this interfere with our traffic flow?
Good. Planner, is there any response?
Just to clarify, it's the Anderson Drive property traffic being diverted through this property to Beachburg is the
No, they're
question?
not at this time.
Yeah.
But this singular property has two entrances, one from Anderson, one from Beachburg Road. But they all connect, all three properties connect now. So where the cement plant is, the cement trucks can drive through if this is going to be the office.
Yeah, if I could, through you, the mayor, we could engage with the county to get a better understanding of what may be the constraints or limitations, if any, that apply for the conversion of the house to an office. I think that would be the best approach. I think also to the question of the public is, how are these properties functioning together is what you're raising. I'm curious myself now. So maybe we could engage with the property owner if they are the same owners. You've alluded to the fact that they are the same owners. I haven't confirmed that. But we could engage with the property owners with respect to that and follow up at the next meeting. Thanks.
Okay, thanks.
Good. So we're just going to note from a follow-up perspective, it's specific to this application, again, just to bring it back, is the traffic accessing the property from the county road. Yes. Perfect. We'll get the planner to follow up with that one. Excellent. I saw the deputy mayor next.
Thank you, Mayor. It has been answered through Mr. Thank you.
Before I come back to Councillor Olmsted, I'm going to see Councillor Trim.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have some comfort now with this application because the reason for the zoning is to create office space, and if that changes in the future, if there is a request, for that to change in the future, it would need to be approved. There'd have to be an application. It would need to be approved by council. And the main street of Beachburg now is a nice mix of commercial storefronts and homes, houses. And so this would be in keeping with the rest of Main Street as an office space. So I have with the explanation that the planner gave, I have some comfort with this application and would be approving it when the time comes. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Perfect, thanks, Councillor Trim. I just, Councillor White, did you have your hand up? I missed it? Okay. Councillor Bell, did you have any? No, so I'll go back to Councillor Olmsted at this point.
Yeah, thank you. That's all right, thanks.
I think you've been using your mic too much.
Maybe. Not as much as others. I'll leave that. Just a quick question to the planner regarding site plan control. So is type of traffic or traffic control, can that be included in the site plan control?
I think it would be common practice that the site plan, the sketch, the drawing that shows the entrance, like the point of access and like egress, and the parking lot, how you access the parking lot and get into the building would be shown on the sketch, and that would limit the point of access. Yes, so you could provide constraints or limitations on access via the site plan agreement, yes.
Excellent. Any final questions from members of council? Excellent. So we have double checked on written, electronic. We've received 2 oral feedback on this application. And with that, we'll close on this one and we'll move to the next one.
Thank you. So through the mayor, the next one is for zoning bylaw amendment D-14-221 for the address for the property known as 32 Hume Street. I'll again make note that based off future desire to postpone or to defer the decision to a later meeting, I'll just read this as a practical exploration of the application without any mention of recommendation at this point. So the application was submitted by Samuel McRae for the property known as 32 Hume Street in Beachburg. The purpose of the application is to seek a zoning bylaw amendment to rezone the subject property from the residential 1 zoning to the residential 3 zoning for the development of a residential 6-unit apartment dwelling. The surrounding land uses to the property are predominantly residential, predominantly single-family residential, with 1 commercial lot located to the north of the subject lands. The provincial planning statement outlines in section 2.2 that municipalities should plan for an appropriate range and mix of housing options by facilitating all types of housing options. The general policies for settlement areas in section 2.3.1 outlines that land use patterns within settlement areas should be based on densities and a mix of land uses which efficiently use land and resources. Section 2.3.1 subsection 3 further encourages municipalities to support residential intensification to achieve complete communities by planning for an appropriate range and mix of housing options. Section 2.5 speaks to rural areas and municipalities and encourages development that builds upon rural character and leverages rural amenities and assets, and accommodating an appropriate range and mix of housing in rural settlement areas to support healthy, integrated, and viable rural communities. Additionally, it outlines that rural settlement areas shall be the focus of growth and development in rural areas, and their vitality and regeneration shall be promoted. Section 2.6 of the PPS outlines that residential purposes where site conditions are suitable for appropriate services are permitted on rural lands. The Renfrew official plan designates the property in the village community designation. The village community designation sets objectives including providing a variety of types and costs of living and ensuring that new development is appropriate in terms of compatibility and site servicing. Section, in this case, for site servicing, the applicant has provided a hydrogeological study that was prepared in anticipation of a 6-unit residential apartment dwelling. It made some recommendations to upgrade the septic system with a tertiary system to ensure nitrate impacts are minimal on the property and within the 10 mgs per liter permitted under the building code, I believe, is that provision. The property, as it is proposing more than 3 residential units, will be required to undergo site plan control. And within that site plan control, we will be imposing that recommendation for a tertiary system to be included with any septic systems. Overall, with that recommendation, the report did find that the site is suitable to support a septic system for a 6-unit apartment dwelling. Section 4.3, subsection 1 of the official plan outlines that the predominant use of village community land shall be for a full range of residential purposes and housing types. Section 4.3 encourages residential, subsection 15 encourages residential intensive areas. Speaking further to the septic, section 2.12, subsection A. 3 of the official plan outlines that infill lots in settlement areas may be serviced by individual on-site services, which are suitable over the long term with no negative impacts. Again, as noted before, assessment work. These studies found that oh, that is a lot louder. These studies found that with some additional systems, again, those additional needs will be enforced through a site plan agreement. The property is zoned residential 1 and is proposed to be rezoned residential 3. The lot and the proposed use do meet the lot size, frontage, and permitted use requirements of the residential 3 zoning. There will be use of site plan control to ensure all setback, parking, building height, any other provisions are met within the R3 zone. I'll conclude my report. I believe we have members of the public wishing to speak.
Thank you, Planner. First, I'll go to electronic. Anyone on electronically? Thank you, Sean. So I confirm there's no one here electronically to speak to the file. In terms of the proponent, there's no one here electronically that would like to provide comment to council. Planner, can you speak to anything that you've received in writing?
Yes, we have received 2 emails from residents in the area, both speaking to concerns with the proposal. Those emails were circulated to members of council. I believe one was yesterday afternoon and one was earlier this morning. I do have physical copies if anyone.
Yeah, I don't, because we've been in meetings today, I don't think anybody's received the second one. So if you could distribute those written feedback, please, to council. Perfect. I'm just going to let council read it. In case there is a question that you'd like to ask as part of the public meeting, it's important that we acknowledge the receipt of all correspondence related to that, even though some of it was only received this morning. So we'll take
I will note the reason for postponement is related to allow council adequate time to consider the public comment. So that's why we're implementing a recommendation change.
Perfect. But I will give you just a moment if there is a question, you want to skim it, and you say, okay, there's a question I'd like to publicly ask at this point in time as part of the public meeting. So we'll just take 2 or 3 minutes. You can go through what the planner has distributed. Okay, and with that, I'll acknowledge that the planner has indicated that he is recommending a postponement of us hearing the report later on. We'll address that part, but before I ask for any oral presentation, I wanted you to at least be familiar with the content that had been provided to us in writing. And with that, we'll open the floor to public oral comment. Would you like to? Yes, yeah, this is the opportunity. Yeah. Please just introduce yourself, and the floor is yours.
Hey everybody, I'm Pam Van Straten. I wasn't actually planning on speaking, but why not? It's a new experience. I live right next door, so I thought I better come and find out the inner workings. I'm not understanding this postponement decision you had mentioned. Did I miss that? Or?
Yeah, so, and the CAO can add to it, but as part of, we receive the public comments as part of this portion of the meeting. We have the proposed report later on.
Okay.
But if we receive a lot of public feedback that we want to make sure that we take time to address, we postpone that decision to make sure it's fully been considered.
Okay.
So that's what the planner is saying. You 4 sheets of paper in these 2 emails. It's a lot for us to go through in a couple minutes. So that's the postponement part.
One of those is
Oh, gosh. No, it's public feedback. That's why we asked for it. So anyway, please, back to you. Any public comments you want to make on the application?
So I think I covered everything in my email, but listening to you give your report, I'm wondering if I can add a couple more things. First of all, is it possible to expand the size of that graph? Like fill the page? Mm-hmm.
Yeah, absolutely. I could zoom in on that if you'd like, for sure.
Yeah.
Now, the problem is you're moving away from the mic, so the people at home won't be able to hear you, so.
Okay.
Yeah.
You had mentioned having a nice balance of single-family dwellings and apartments and et cetera. So I just wanted to point out, in that block from my house to Main Street, in that square, like from the road to Beachburg Fair grounds to Hume, there's 2 big apartments there already. Like there's a 4-plex, and the Beachburg apartment building is 7? Okay. And then, so that's just in that consolidated little square. We already have 2 apartment buildings, and if you go across Main Street, down the other end of Hume Street, there's 2 more apartments down there. So I think we're not short on apartment buildings. I'm just saying it there. I think, in my opinion, we have a good mix in our area already. That was the only other thing I wanted to add, because you mentioned that. And my biggest concern is the proximity of a 3-story building. So again, I'm not gonna move away, but see where my house is?
Yeah,
And then there's a driveway,
yes.
and then when you look at so where the yellow line is, and where they're gonna build the sixplex, I said, like, that spot's pretty skinny. How wide is that? And I was told 10 feet.
Yeah, and so just, if you'll allow me,
Certainly.
just, I'm gonna scroll down to another sketch, which is the sketch that's been provided to us from the applicant, the owner, which is the one that's being referred to, is in fact this sketch, which kind of shows the entrance off of Hume. This is the subject building, and this would essentially be the parking area. Other amenities or septic would be back here, but the 10 feet that's being referred to is here, and the residence property is here, right? That's what you're referring to, just so it could put it in perspective for members of council. And
That's perfect. Please
Yes.
continue.
So that's a huge concern. I don't think anybody would really like a 3-story building. How wide's the driveway? 5 feet? 6 feet? So 16 feet from your kitchen window. So privacy's in the backyard's gone. I retired home to Beachburg for a nice, quiet place to retire, and I mean, I have nothing against Sam using the lot. It's his lot. I always knew he was going to build on it. I just thought it would be closer to where the original house on the lot was, which was significantly farther back and closer to the middle. It just seems it's piggybacking right there. Big concern. If I have to sell, I have to sell. That's all I have. Thank you for listening.
Perfect. Pam, thank you. I missed your last name, Pam. Van Stratton. Thank you very much, Miss Van Stratton. We appreciate public input, and I know that you've written one of these emails, so it's perfect. It puts your thoughts on paper for council to consider and to make sure that we understand the application with the planner's input. So thank you for taking the time to come out today and do this. Perfect. I have to ask again, is there any known residents that wish to make an oral presentation that you're aware of, planner?
None, no additional that I'm aware of. I do have one note.
Yes, please.
So the site plan that's up there is preliminary and will not reflect, and I should have noted this in my report, so I do acknowledge that mistake. The required setback for an apartment dwelling in an R3 zone is 6 meters, which is more 20 feet. So the site plan will not, they have not asked for an exception, so the site plan will not reflect the final positioning of the building. It was included just as a preliminary idea of what the structure might look like, but it is something I should have acknowledged in my report, and I do own that. But 10 feet at this time is not permissible, and through the site plan agreement, we will be enforcing that setback.
Public input. Good. And with that, if there's no other public comment, I will hand it over to council for questions or thoughts that they want to ask the planner. And I'll start with Councillor Moore.
I do have a big concern. It's not the fact that we're getting a building of such, but I am familiar with the property, and because I'm on the roads, I do have a concern that depending on how this is constructed, and whether they go down or they go up, that was always a low area and flooded come storms and or spring. And if they change the flow of water on this property, then next door is going to get the water because her house will now be lower than everything else on the street. So my concern is what's going to happen with the water flow, and if this goes ahead, could we possibly work something in that there has to be a drain of some sort put into the county drain at the stop sign to get rid of the water flow?
Good. Any comments on stormwater management, planner?
Yep, so as part of the site plan agreement, they will be required to do lot grading and drainage plans as well as stormwater management plans. And part of that process is that changes to drainage or flow need to be if they're making those changes. There we go. So it is something that would be explored, and additional provisions could be implemented through the site plan process if the lot grading and drainage are not satisfactory to the town public works.
Okay, so does that require the township to be involved on the planning and/or building stage, or how does that get governed?
As part of the site plan approval, which is the planning approvals before we issue a permit, the proponent will need to submit a grading plan, which shows the existing grades together with the proposed grades. And we will review that and approve that drawing prior to the issuance of any building permits. That drawing gets included in the site plan agreement, gets registered on title, and it's basically the owner's commitment to develop the site accordingly, according to that drawing. And as part of the completion of the development, there would be inspections on site to make sure the grading matches what was approved, essentially. But the water should be directed away from the neighbor's, it should be contained in your property, directed to the proper outlet, which would probably be the roadside and up to the county road.
The reason I bring that up, because other contractors, and I'm just talking about Beachburg, have built it and they will come. Well, then all of a sudden they put the road in and they do this and they do that, and then as soon as the neighbors move in the first thunderstorm, their driveway washes out because there was no drainage put in. So I always warned our building inspector downstairs that if this come up again, I was going to bring it up. And I don't think the homeowners should be left holding the expense of trying to get rid of water that was never their fault to begin with.
Absolutely, and I think the alternate, the additional requirement, if necessary, is you could require the developer to conduct off-site works to be able to support his development. So if that means a new storm pipe going in the road or something to that nature, you could require that off-site works, and that would be part of the site plan agreement. But we don't have the full details yet. I think he wants to get the use permitted, and then we'll move into the design stage of the site. But to the point of what Planner Baird said, is the sketch does not reflect the proposed development. We will ask that we get a revised sketch that'll better depict the development for the next council meeting when you guys could consider the application, and we could share that with the resident as well, please. Thanks.
Okay, thank you.
Good, so just noted, an excellent question, and to make sure that the check and balance does now exist. Site plan control was not something that was implemented in the past to the extent that it is now, and it's to protect residents in this case. Good, I'm going to go back to Councillor Olmsted this time.
Yeah, I just wanted to bring up the site again. I just wanted to understand what it all looked like. And no questions.
Any other questions from members of council? Councillor Trim.
Yes, I know this is just, the other sketch was preliminary, but since it was asked in one of the public comments, one of the letters we received, about parking, what would be normal for development like this? How many parking spaces would be normal? I know that that's just a sketch, but I'm just wondering, for my own information and to sort of answer that concern, because it seemed to be people were worried about that there would be overflow parking on a street that's already narrow and hard to maintain in the wintertime. So I think I've asked it 3 times, but perhaps you can tell me that.
Yes, so the requirements for an apartment dwelling under our zoning is 1.25 spaces per unit. In this case, based off that calculation, we'd be looking at 8 spaces required at a minimum. However, if there's an appetite, the site plan agreement goes to council. Additional parking requirements could be imposed through a site plan agreement.
Okay.
Councillor Moore.
I don't know if I can ask this question or if anybody can answer it. Is this building going to be open to the public, or is he going to have certain demographics, perhaps seniors living here? Do we know? Are we able to even discuss that?
Planner, please.
Based off the proposal so far, he has not provided any specific target demographics for the development.
Yeah, and I don't think there's a way to control who uses a building unless it comes back to the requirements of that use. And then it would be tied to the building code or some kind of zoning requirement. Good. Any other questions? Yes, Councillor Olmsted.
So just the, where Beachburg Road is, you got two big spaces, that one and the one to the, yep, no, one down, yep, that. So are those two apartment buildings now? Is that what I'm to understand?
Second one is actually Jack Lavley's house. Sorry, I shouldn't say that online. The next one is the former Smoky's Restaurant.
Okay,
And then the first one is a 7-unit apartment.
the one come down?
Yeah, which used to
Come
be
down
across from the gas station.
The middle one.
Yeah, the middle one, right there.
So, and then there's a little spot in front there, that's commercial or whatever it is?
That's a little lawyer's office.
Okay.
Okay, good.
And the arena is where? I'm trying to get my bearings here.
Rita's up to the top.
Okay. So what's the building in number 8 there?
That's the storage. That's a storage unit.
Okay.
And next is Gourley's, where he looks
Yes,
after the
okay.
boats.
Okay, I'm
Yeah.
good. Now I know where I am.
Good. So just one feedback, because we noticed it on the other diagram. It may be valuable to have a second map that gives us more of a broader picture of it in addition to the site-specific map, just because it does provide that additional context.
Absolutely,
Good.
we can include those moving forward.
Yeah, I think that's based on the questions we're getting tonight. Any other questions or comments? Good. With that, I will formally, and I've lost my notes here, but I'm going to adjourn the public meeting at 5:52 PM. Excellent. Thank you so much. No, you can stay. We've got other business to do. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. So good. We'll just note that Councillor Bell has to excuse himself at this time. Good. So we are now back on our regular council meeting. It's going to come back. We had, in accordance with what is already noted on the agenda, we have item 9.7 in front of us. This is a zoning bylaw amendment for a property on Beachburg Road, application D14-218. The recommendation is that the Council of the Township of Whitewater Region approve an amendment to Comprehensive Zoning Bylaw 24-01-1655 for the property known as Westmeath Concession 5, east of Muskrat Lake North, Part Lot 3, South Part Lot 4, Beachburg Road from an extractive industrial reserve, sand and gravel and waterfront vicinity, zoning to an extractive industrial EM zoning. A mover and a seconder, please. Moved by Councillor Trim, seconded by Councillor Olmsted. There has been an extensive presentation already by the planner, so I'm not going to ask him to re-present this file. Oh, but I see a hand up.
Do we need to extend the meeting?
I was just going to say we've got 5
Okay, good. Hold. I need a mover to extend the meeting. We have these 3 reports to address and then the bylaws. So if someone would extend for, I'm going to limit you to 20 minutes. Is that fair? 15? Okay, a mover and a seconder for 15, please. So moved by the Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Moore. All in favor? All against? I have to note that there was one against. No. I'm going to call for the vote again. All those in favor? Thank you. Passed unanimously. Okay, sorry, I'm trying to keep order here. You guys are getting tired. I'm going to go back to the planner. If he has a comment, maybe you could address the question that Councillor Olmsted had earlier. Do you remember that one?
That
Or
was
you have
my
to rephrase it?
intention, yes.
Excellent. So the planner will address the question that was tabled earlier during the planning meeting.
Yes, so circling back to the earlier question regarding the reserve versus extractive industrial and what happens if we don't rezone. So the extractive industrial reserve, sand and gravel, is actually a distinct zoning within the zoning bylaw. It's not like a holding symbol or anything. And the only permitted uses under that zone are existing single detached dwellings at the time of the passing of the zoning bylaw, limited farm use, non-residential uses existing at the time of the passing of the bylaw, passive recreation, and forestry. So under our zoning bylaw, aggregate extraction is not permitted on reserve lands. The extractive industrial reserve zones are simply meant to protect those lands for future extraction, which is why we have to undergo the zoning process to the extractive industrial, which actually lists asphalt or pits and quarries as permitted use. So if council were to consider not passing the zoning bylaw, the use of the property would not allow for a quarry or pit.
Excellent. Good. So I'm going to go to my mover first then. Councillor Trim, any comments or questions?
If this is 4.2?
This is 9.7.
Where am I?
It's the gravel pit,
9.7 on the council agenda.
Okay, no question.
Good. Seconder was Councillor Olmsted. No questions. Any other questions from members of council? Good. And I'll just note that we did not receive any public feedback for or against this application. Good. With that, I'll call for a vote. All those in favor? And it's carried unanimously. Thank you. Next item on the agenda is 9.8. This is a zoning bylaw for 1915 Beachburg Road. The recommendation that has been listed on our agenda is that Council of Township Whitewater Region approve an amendment to Comprehensive Zoning Bylaw number 2401-1655 for the property known as Concession 5 east of Muskrat Lake, North Part Lot 9, 1915 Beachburg Road, from Residential 1 zoning to General Commercial zoning. Can I get a mover and a seconder, please? Good. So moved by Councillor Olmsted, seconded by Councillor White. Now with that, and the staff had, I won't get you to repeat this one, we'd already done this one, but the staff had given us the heads up that because there's been public feedback received on this one, it's now on the table. If there was a motion by a member of council that would like to postpone it to allow staff to consider the public comments, we could entertain that now. If not, we'll just take normal questions. Yeah, so moved by Councillor White. Is there a seconder to postpone it? Councillor Moore. I think it's debatable. It is debatable. Is there any questions or comments about postponing it? Again, this is just to allow that the public comments can be duly considered by council and staff, and it'll come back to, the report will come back to council.
Can we just confirm that it's postponed to March 4th, 2026?
Excellent. Mover and seconder. I'm getting a nod from both, so it'll be postponed until March 4th. Excellent. No other comments? I will call for a vote on the postponement, please. All those in favor? And it's unanimous. I do not have to go back to the original resolution because it was postponed. Okay, good. That moves us to 9.9. This is 32 Hume Street, zoning bylaw amendment. The recommendation is the Council of the Township Whitewater Region approve an amendment to comprehensive zoning bylaw number 24-01-1655 for the property known as Plan 6 Block D, lots 24, 25, 26, 32 Hume Street, from the residential 1 zoning to the residential 3 zoning. A mover and a seconder, please. Moved by Councillor Trim, seconded by Councillor Moore. I am not going to ask the planner to repeat what he has said a mere 45 minutes ago. Again, if there is a council member that would like to propose postponing this as staff had indicated. Yes, Councillor Moore, is there a seconder? Councillor White, it's debatable. Is there any questions or comments? Good. Yes, sir.
Again, are we talking postponed to March 4th?
March 5th, or
Or 4th?
March 4th.
Right.
Yes, sorry. Yes, March 4th. I got the nod from the mover and the seconder.
And do we have to determine the reason for the postponement or not? No, okay.
I thought we were looking for a different design and/or movement per se.
We don't have to list it in the resolution.
We don't have to list, okay.
No, no. Staff have got that. Good? No other questions? With that, I'll call for a vote. All those in favor? And the postponement is unanimous. Both files will be heard on March 4th. Good, with consideration to the public input. Excellent. Then, and I know I'm jumping all over the agenda, so I apologize, but we are moving now down into item 13. Sorry, there was that slight change in the procedural bylaw, and I had forgotten about paragraph 15, but now I see it. Okay, so we're on paragraph 13. This is the bylaw portion of the agenda. There is a number of bylaws listed on our agenda. The recommendation is that be it resolved that the bylaws listed on the February 18th, 2026 agenda be taken as read and passed. A mover and a seconder, please. Yeah, we're gonna, after it's on the floor.
Oh, I see.
Okay, so moved by Councillor Trim, seconded by Councillor White. Good, and with that, I'll just get the clerk to confirm which ones we're taking off of this due to the postponement.
Yeah, so the two bylaws to be omitted from this motion would be 2602-1816, which references 1915 Beachburg Road, and the other one is 2602-1817, which references 32 Hume Street. So those two be omitted at the discretion of council.
Excellent. So, do we need to put that in the resolution?
I will note it in the resolution, yeah.
Excellent. So the mover and seconder was Councillor Trim, Councillor White. It will be noted in the resolution that is confirmed in our minutes. Is there any final questions or comments from council on any of the remaining bylaws listed on the agenda with the exception of those two? I see none. We will call for the vote. All those in favor? And it is unanimous. Thank you. Good. Next, we are going to skip 14 because we did that already at 3. And we are on number 15, which is our confirmatory bylaw. The recommendation is be it resolved that bylaw 2602-1819, a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of council, be taken as read and passed. Mover and a seconder, please. Deputy Mayor and Councillor Moore. I don't think it is debatable. There is no debate. All those in favor? And it's carried unanimously. Thank you. We are adjourned at 6:03 p.m. Thank you, council and staff and Sean for today. That was a great day, but I appreciate it.